Hello, and a very warm welcome to Startup Night. It is Europe's largest event for startups to present themselves to corporations, investors, but also you, me, us all potential clients. My name is Lisa Jella, and I will be the host of the day. Normally, you also find me backstage. I'm actually the head of events for Mobility Innovation Hub, the Drivery, located in Berlin. And I'm also the co-founder and deputy chairwoman of an initiative called She Means Community. A little bit about that later on, but this is not any Startup Night. This is actually the 10th anniversary of Startup Night, hence Sun X. And here with me today to talk a bit more about the history of Startup Night, how it came to be and what it is today, can I please ask you for a round of applause for the founder of Startup Night and innovation manager at Deutsche Telekom, Cem.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you all also for being here this early for our experiment of trying new formats out as well. So I'm Cem, and I used to be a marketing and communication manager at Deutsche Telekom. I'm still with Deutsche Telekom, now more in the technical domain. But back then, the whole startup ecosystem started. And we, as Deutsche Telekom, thought that we should get engaged and involved in this whole community. And at my role, being head of communication and marketing, it was the job to go out there and look at this startup scene, yeah, back then. And so I got out there, and so it's 12 years ago. And I went to all kinds of formats, and I found them all the same. Very expensive, always the same speakers there, no startups, and no real insights to what a startup should do to be successful. How to find investors, how to get money, how to really develop their product. And so I thought, you know, why shouldn't we do something different and try something out like Startup Night? And internal passes through Deutsche Telekom led me to the former CEO of Deutsche Telekom, René Obermann, who said, hey, Cem, I like the idea. I'm going to support you, and I'm going to give you this location here. And so for the ones who haven't been here before, this is the main representative's office of Deutsche Telekom. This is the atrium, yeah, and back there is the Lichthof, which you will be able to see on Friday. It is closed there, but the startups will exhibit there. So the idea back then was to put startups into the center of an exhibition. So how can they present themselves with their passion, their product, their teams? And we invited lots of investors. And since then, we counted it. It was like 2,500, almost 3,000 startups that went through here in the past years. And our goal was to bring them together and make this scene flourish. And we had quite some names in here where there were back then only one or two founders. So a few names were like Amorelli were here, Outfittery, Rebuy, HelloFresh. Companies that you all probably know today. They are big, became unicorns, sold their companies, now they're all speakers and not working in their companies anymore. But this was the proof over the years that we got bigger and bigger, and then Corona hit, of course. So this is now, after 3 years, the first live Startup Night we have, and I'm really happy about it. And because it's the 10th, we thought, let's do something a little bit different. Let's do something that looks deeper into what's happening right now, because the ecosystem evolved, right? It's not only about founding companies, it's not only about, you know, making money, becoming rich, becoming the next unicorn, but it's also of a lifestyle, of you know, finding the right people. The whole work economy changed, you know, like people are looking for employees in all kinds of domains, not only software development. And diversity plays also a huge role. So we said, like, a company that wants to be successful needs to put diversity on their agenda. And for me, diversity is, and this is what publicly is, and this is why we talk so much about it, not only a female-male thing, but it's about age, it's about migration background, it's about financial background. It's all different things that come to show you that people are different, right? And this diversity can make a company more successful. That was our idea of Diversity Night, and we said, let's do it. And I'm really happy that we found Medianet as a partner who helped us with Anna being our curator here for Medianet to work on this program here, which Lisa will show you or tell you more about in a second. Tomorrow we'll have recruiting night. We have incubation day. We have lots of incubators and accelerators here in Berlin, but there are even more so all over the world. That is all about it. It's Friday during the day, and then our main event will be in the evening of Friday. So happy to see you all days here for whatever you are really interested in. And please enjoy the talks. Go ask questions afterwards to all the speakers. And so much from my side. Enjoy the next few days. I'm around. Ask me questions if you want. Back to you, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cem. Round of applause, please. Wonderful. Cem, you said something really beautiful. Something that unites many, many founders and startups. It's passion for a topic. I too had the pleasure of founding a diversity initiative about 2 years back now. It is called She Means Community. I come from the events industry. Those are the people behind the stage usually that make this possible. And it's, statistically speaking, a rather feminine industry. However, a survey in 2018 revealed that even though it is so feminine-driven, you know, with hospitality, organizing, a lot of women felt like there's a glass ceiling that they can't move past. Many women in this survey said they feel they don't earn as much as their male counterparts, they don't get the same appreciation and so on. And there definitely was a need to address this. So we founded She Means Community, which is a conference coming from the events industry, but not only for the events industry. And on top of that, we also founded a community, a very wonderful online community. It is an online platform offering education, but most importantly, a mentorship program. That is something that I really believe in, that if we want to drive change, we have to empower others as well. And yeah, when I got asked to present today, I thought, what can I contribute? And I think quite obviously I approached the topic of diversity from a female perspective. So I would like to share a little anecdote of what diversity means to me, or something I've learned. A few years ago, I started doing burlesque dance classes. I'll give you a few seconds to tell your neighbor what that is. It is a most beautiful form of performance dance art where mostly women play with gender roles, they play with their bodies, they're typically undressing. And I'm not a good dancer, but something triggered me. So I went. And I was terrified. I was so scared. I thought, okay, I don't know what to wear. How does one move? I can barely stand in heels, let alone dance in them. So for the first few classes, what we did, and it completely surprised me, we walked in circles. It looked silly. It had nothing to do with what I thought I was there to do. And we just walked in circles, barefoot, no heels, nothing. And the point that my dance teacher was trying to make is that especially women, nowadays, maybe more in subtle ways than the previous decades, we are taught to be small, to not take up too much space. Don't be too big, too loud, too bright. Don't raise your voice, don't interrupt the men at the table. That is what is constantly communicated to us. So what she taught us by walking in circles was, before you do anything on a stage, Learn to take up space. Stand tall, lift your head up, take up that space, dare to take up that space. And if you do it with confidence, they will not doubt your right to be there. And I think that's a very, very beautiful anecdote. That's what diversity means to me. That space is more evenly distributed in dancing, but also on stages, in the business world, in life in general. It also means to me that if you hold space, if you have the power, you also have the responsibility to provide space to those who don't necessarily have it yet. And I'm very excited that SunX is doing just that. With this diversity night, they are providing space to speak about issues, to speak about the topic, to raise awareness. This would not be possible without, as Cem already mentioned, our wonderful partners at Medianet over here. They carefully curated this year's Diversity Night. It's the very first edition, and I hope it's going to be the first of many. And yeah, let's see what you can expect today. I'm excited and sometimes also a little starstruck at the speakers we have today. We, first of all, also have a few workshops that I want to pay attention to. They are happening on the first floor. If you go to the elevator over there, you're going to see the workshops. Please join them. There's still some slots available. And this is our main program of the night. First of all, we're going to kick it up with a keynote by Karin Schönwetter, Diversity in Excellence in 15 minutes. You see, we're not going to waste your time. We're going to go straight to the point, 15 minutes, and we're going to learn from her 27-year experience. Then we're going to continue on to a panel discussion on what does diversity mean in different startup ecosystems? Meaning, is it the same if a startup is located in Berlin, or Beijing, or Paris, or so on? What is the context a startup evolves in, and what does it mean for diversity? Then we're going to move on to the second keynote of the night. No, hold on, my bad. We're actually going to have the official opening of Diversity Night. We're going to have Janine Koch up here. She is the CEO of medianet Berlin-Brandenburg. We're going to have Axel Menneking up here. He is the CEO of Hubraum. And we're going to have Norbert Hermann from the Berlin Senate up here to do the official honors of opening this night. Then we're going to move on to the second keynote of the night. It's called Diversity 2.0. Let's teach the robots to be inclusive. I'm particularly excited about this because it kind of shapes the workspace of the future. What does diversity mean when we work with artificial intelligence? Because we program those robots, right? And we have biases. So how does that affect the technology that is going to shape our everyday lives? At 6:20, we're going to continue with yet another panel. How do we implement more diversity in the startup scene? So this is more going to be about hands-on activities. What types of processes do we need to change? What policies do we need to change to get ahead in this direction? Further on, we have another talk about the feminine economy. Now, gentlemen in the room, please do not leave. It is not for women only. Yeah, women make up 50%, so I'm very excited to hear what feminine economy is about. It's going to be followed at 7:45 p.m. by yet another talk by Two Hearts. It's an organization with the title Building Tomorrow's Tech Society with Cultural Diversity. So it's looking at the topic of migration and immigration and how we can leverage that for startups. At 8:05, we're going to have yet another panel discussion. And this time, we have covered the corporations, we've covered the startups. We're going to talk about the VC world. And the question asked is going to be, how are we driving diversity in the portfolios in the VC world? From talking to doing, and doing is, I think, what all of us love best. Then we're going to have the last panel of the night, embracing the demographic changes with diversity and inclusion in Germany. So we're really going to focus on demographic changes right here in Germany, how that affects our businesses. And at 9:40, and we are going to be on time, I get to close this wonderful day ahead with Cem. All right. I would say we're going to kick it off with our first presentation of the day. I've already mentioned her name. She is truly inspiring. She's a tech enthusiast, very much like myself. She has 27 years experience working at IBM and is currently the managing director at Allianz Worldwide. In addition, she is the head of the Women in Leadership Council in DACH, and all that experience she also shares as an active mentor towards several women mentees. Please give it up for Karin Schönwetter. Enjoy your first keynote.
In the next 15 minutes, I will give you 3 things you can write along. And if you apply those 3 things to your startup, you will increase your return on invest by 35%. I promise you. My name is Karin Schönwetter. I'm a vice president at IBM. And it was a puzzle in my presentation, but now you know it already. I'm 2 years more than half of my life at IBM. I wanted to give you this puzzle in the beginning and then to solve it in the end, but now you know it already. It's 27 years. I celebrated my 50th birthday beginning of July this year. But before I come to my story and the 3 diversity recommendations, mathematics and puzzles, really, that's me. I love mathematics, I love puzzles. And in addition to this passion, I detected that diversity with focus on gender diversity and female talents is another of my passions. But while mathematics accompanies us all during the whole school life, for some it's good, for others not so, as my son, diversity, unfortunately, has never succeeded as a school subject. Otherwise, I'm sure I would not only have been the calculator queen in the primary school, but also the diversity queen in the high school. I grew up in a very traditional family in the southern part of Germany, in Bavaria. And I have an older sister and a younger brother. And when my father told others something about me, he often started with the words, well, that's Karin, and Karin, she's different. And that's how I felt, somehow different, somehow lost, but I really never knew why. Yeah, I had bright red hair when I was a little girl, really bright red hair. And I was often teased about it. And when I was teased about it, my face turned bright red as well. Bingo. The most popular names for me were Ketchup, Duracell with the copper head, or Alarm, Alarm, Fire Alarm. But was I less worth than others because of my red hair? My parents also didn't understand why I always wanted to make things on my own. I wanted, for example, change the wheels on my car. And my father, he was a customer service manager at Opel. I always drove Opel. Yeah, you can like it. I needed to like it. Today I have a Mercedes. I like it more. No, my father was a customer service manager, and he really got angry when I said, "Dad, I wanted to change the wheels on my own." And he said, "No, Karin, that's nothing for girls. The men in the garage, at the garage are doing that." Okay. My decision to study mathematics after graduating from high school caused great excitement in the house of Schönwetter. My mom said to me, "Karin, please do an apprenticeship in a bank first, then you have something reasonable in your pocket." In no way I wanted to do that. And my answer was the departure from home into my first own apartment. My little own castle. I loved it. 26 square meters in Augsburg, a little kitchenette, a bathroom. But even the smallest apartment cost money, so I needed to make money. And I started as an assistant in a video store. Who of you still know? Some of you know what a video store is, some of you might not. It's not a current business anymore. Exactly, it's a store where you could borrow films on VHS cassettes, video home system cassettes, to watch them at home. So to say, manual streaming. And by the way, we are in the beginning of the 1990s. It works like the following. In the stores, you had the film covers on display, and the client brought the accompanying trailer to the counter. Then he received the film from me, the cassette. He watched it at home, brought it back, and paid for it. So now you ask, what has this to do with diversity? A lot, because as coincidence wanted, I was asked if I want to overtake the video store as an independent franchise partner. The former partner, my boss, he decided to stop and to leave Augsburg, and so they were looking for a new partner, and they asked me. And overnight, at the age of 20, I had my own business. I was head of 4 employees, and I had a mountain of work in front of me. I wanted to develop my video store to the flagship video library of all the more than 300 partner video stores in Germany. But that was only possible with the right team. And my team was made up of completely different people. There was a female law student, a male newly learned book printer, a discotheque doorman from Serbia, and a business graduate student. We doubled our sales within a short time. We introduced team meetings, regular team meetings, where everyone can put their ideas on the table. How do we want to present our video store? What's needed to respond better to customer expectations? And how do we address new things to win new customers? Today, you would call it defining a customer journey. And today I know how diverse my team was at that time, and that this was an important factor of our success we had. The totally different cultural imprints of the team, the trainings, and the characters as well. And that leads me to my first diversity recommendation for you. Bring people together with diverse backgrounds, and Jem said it before. Bring them together with diverse backgrounds like culture, nation, age, gender, sexual orientation, etc. When you bring them together as a team, you will much more better reach out to new target groups, and you will be ahead of your competition. Diverse teams develop more creative ideas and solutions, and as they bring in different points of views, they come much often faster to results and to more innovative products. The so-called groupthink, which is often given in organizations and companies, the similar thinking will be avoided by diverse teams. And if you have diverse teams, I said it before, the most important thing is to win new customers, and you will reach new target groups, you will better adapt to foreign markets, and at the end, as a client, I want a suitable counterpart, which you only find in diverse teams. So back to my story, what happened with the video store? Our success was great. We had a lot of fun. I earned a lot of money at that time. Meanwhile, I was 22 years old, and my desire to study mathematics declined continuously. I missed my lectures at the university. I fell through exams, and I knew it could not go on like that because I did not want to work my whole life in a video store. I want to have my diploma in my pocket once. But the search for the new step was not so easy. You remember, beginning of the 1990s, nearly mid of the 1990s, there was no internet, no Google where you could enter, what's my next step now? No, you need to ask your family, your friends, your official offices like the employment office. And thanks to a school friend of mine, after a conversation with him, I developed the idea to do a dual study. I thought, perfect, a dual study. Theory and practice combined. After 3 years, I have my diploma in my pocket, and I earn my monthly salary. Perfect fit for me, as I was always used to work and to earn my own money. Highly motivated. I applied at 20 companies whose addresses I received from the employment office, on paper, of course, not via email. But the disillusionment came quickly. 18 of the 20 companies directly canceled me because they only wanted to take graduates from high school. I was too old for them. 2 companies were left, and at those companies I at least got an invitation for an interview and a test. And one appointment went so well that on Santa Claus Day I received the commitment for a dual business informatics study in Stuttgart, at IBM, correct. I was absolutely happy and proud. My parents were very happy, by the way, as well, because now I have an apprenticeship with the company. And yeah, I was also relieved that I know what I will do next. So after 3 years, end of the 1990s, I had my diploma in my pocket, and it was clear to me that I wanted to stay with IBM because I liked this company. I liked the culture, I liked the colleagues, I liked the opportunities I had there, and I knew that I wanted to work close with our customers. And so I ended up in the beginning of the year 2000 in my first sales job. I was responsible, it was in Munich, and I was responsible to support my IBM colleagues in calculating and selling large framework contracts to our clients. Again, a perfect fit for me, as I loved calculations and mathematics. I would learn sales at its best because I have the sales experience in my colleagues. And I would learn everything about IBM's product portfolio. Unfortunately, my boss had other plans with me. He was more interested in training me as his personal assistant. And you can imagine that 2 expectations totally crashed into each other, his and mine. After a few months, I pulled the plug, and I told my boss that I will change my job. Today, I know that I perhaps could have argued and acted a little bit more diplomatically. His reaction at the end of our conversation was one sentence. I still have it in my ear. Mrs. Schönwetter, I am personally disappointed. Okay. He sent me to his boss one of the highest executives of IBM Germany at that time in the headquarters of IBM Stuttgart. I needed to talk to him. I went to him, and we were sitting in his office, and he again said this sentence to me: "Mrs. Schönwetter, I am personally disappointed." And I said, "Hey, come on." I didn't understand why I, little light in IBM, could personally disappoint IBM executives and managers. If the way how we collaborate does not fit, we should change something. Or that was my understanding of the situation. We do not need to walk around our individual sensitivities. At that time, I would have liked honest interest in me as a person. What drives me, what motivates me, who I am as a person, where my talents and strengths are, and especially, why do I ask for a job change? But that's not only my personal need. There is evidence that in successful and in healthy companies, it's important that we engage with each other and that we cultivate a culture of trust and of teamwork. If I have a sense of openness and appreciation in my job, I do feel much more comfortable. And that leads me to my diversity tip number 2 for you. Employee retention is one of the most important factors. And achieving employee commitment is not that tough. People want to be treated and perceived as such. We are all human beings, not human doings. A manager directly affects the framework in which people work. And this framework has a positive impact or a negative impact on employees' performance and motivation, and thus directly to your company's success. And it's not only that higher performance leads to more revenue. Also, the sick leave is lower, and the fluctuation rate as well. How is it when you want to hire professionals and specialists from the market? Is it easy for you? No, it isn't. There's a high competition on the market. So let's care about those we want to keep in the company. There's a well-known and so true saying: people join companies and leave managers. What happened with me after my talks to IBM executives, etc., about my decision? Once again, I was quite lucky because I was able to change my job and to move to the IBM financing organization as a sales supporter. And there I was able to learn and to evolve. I could be my true self. My talents were seen. And you remember calculations and numbers? My passion for calculations and numbers were full of life. I really enjoyed my step, my learning there in financing. And over the years, I developed from a sales support function to a sales representative with my own clients. In 2006, I was promoted as a team leader for a team of 7 salespeople. And 1 year later, my boss reached out to me and asked me if I want to become a manager. But I was really honored that he sees me as a manager, because I definitely was not so convinced of myself. And I spontaneously answered loud and clear, with full conviction, no. I didn't want to give up what I built up. Would I be as successful as a manager as well? Being responsible for a team of 7 salespeople, that's such a big and meaningful responsibility. I didn't dare to do that. And my boss accepted my no without much comment. He just asked me to sleep a few times over it, and then, let's talk again, Karin. And in this conversation, 4 days later, he explained to me why he believed that I'm the best person for the job. Also because of my professional expertise. But all above because he sees my talent, my potential in leading organizations, in listening and responding to employees, and developing their strength and their skills further. And always full of heart, full of passion and positivity. And that made me think. And yeah, again, I thought about it. Do I have the potential? Would I be successful as a manager? IBM is such a big and complex company. Yeah, sure, I had a team in the video store of 4 people, but leading a team in IBM is completely different. But I started to get curious, and 2 days later, after thinking if not, and why not, I said, okay, come, stop all the thoughts, try it out. And I decided to try it out. If not now, when then? And one important factor for me was also that I knew if I would fail, it would be possible for me to get back on my old position. It would not be as bad in IBM. And with that, I said, okay, I try it out. And yeah, my manager was glad that I decided to do it. And for me, it was, again, a learning. And that leads me to my third diversity recommendation for you. Ask yourself, which position fits your employee best? And not only where you have current gaps to fill in your company. Talent management in the context of diversity means seeing or looking at people, looking at your employees as someone with special skills and capabilities. And then to design their tasks and their field of work in such a way that their talents, their diverse talents and strengths are best used there. Today I know most of the time when I felt uncomfortable in my job, it was a matter of lack of diversity. Today I know that as a company we leave money if we think in old structures, if we fill open positions quickly and unreflected, rather than thinking across the board. Not the one with whom you prefer to take a drink in the evening is the best person for the job. That's just the most easiest way to start. And yes, it makes less work. Less work. With that, you do have 3 diversity recommendations in your hand. The most important factors regarding diversity that leads your startup to success. First, bring diverse people together as a team for reaching new target groups and being ahead of the competition. Second, employee retention is one of the most important factors for successful companies. And achieving employee commitment is not that tough. And third, talent management in the context of diversity means looking at people as someone with special skills and capabilities, and then to design their tasks and field of works in such a way that their talents and their strengths are best used there. If we always deal with people of same feeling and thinking, we will never open up new fields, new areas, and learn new things. If we always deal with same thinking people, we will never explore all the diverse capabilities we have in our teams. So with that, you have the 3 recommendations, and you can do it on your own. You can implement it yourself. You have it in your hand to get the maximum out of your area of responsibility. For me, as I'm 27 years now with IBM, it's clear that I always stayed at that company because IBM continuously has proven that diversity and inclusion is important. You have it in your hand. Try it out. The only thing you need to do is to work with different people, consciously with different people. Listen to their stories, be curious about it, and use their strengths and talents. I would be very happy if we stay in contact via LinkedIn, and I wish you now a great event. I'm glad that diversity is day #1 at this event the next days, because for me it's one of the most important factors of successful companies. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your attention and your interest, and I wish you a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karin, for those inspiring words from such an accomplished leader. You were so kind to offer to be there for our guests
Absolutely.
here for a Q&A in the back right corner. We have,
I'll go there now.
yeah, we have a little launch there. You're going to head there right now. If you have questions for Karin, again, thank you. Maybe a little applause. Wonderful. Thank you so much. If you have questions for Karin, please use the opportunity to go speak to her directly. We know some people feel uncomfortable raising their voice in such a big room, so we decided for today's program to provide the small, intimate space to really have those valuable one-on-one conversations. Right. I would also like to take the opportunity to tell you about a workshop that's going to be happening in roughly 15 minutes at 5 p.m. It is titled, I Got Fired by a Robot. Oh no. Responsible Design for Optimists and Pragmatists. It is hosted by IBM. So there are still a few slots available if you would like to join. It is happening on the first floor at 5 p.m. Now we're going to move on with the very first panel of the night. And it is titled, What Does Diversity Mean in the Different Startup Ecosystems? The panel is organized by Berlin Partner together with London and Partners. So you have surely those two perspectives right here. And with that being said, I would like to introduce our exciting panelists and the moderator, Anne Le Roland, to the stage. Enjoy your very first panel discussion.
It is working? Yes. Sorry. Okay, so welcome everyone to our panel discussion dedicated to what means diversity in the European ecosystem. Our panel focuses on the meaning, but also on the implementation of diversity in some major European startup ecosystem. So we have a closer look here to Berlin, London, and Paris. And we would like to see how it is pushed or not in those different locations. This is an important topic, as you know, that is affecting many of our businesses, and we are honored to create this panel in order to get general impressions from these different cities and have a look at actions, programs, and supports available in those respective ecosystems. We would like to learn also from our speakers. They have different experiences within Paris, London, and Berlin. And we would like to get some takeaways, of course, helping to building up a a more diversity-sensitive environment. So me, I'm Anne-Le Rollin, and I'm a startup manager at Berlin Partner, which is the economic agency of the city of Berlin. And I'm also a very active member of the startup unit of the working group on diversity within the startup unit of Berlin Partner. The startup unit actually combines the competencies of the state of Berlin and its partners in business and science, like universities and research centers, to drive the ecosystem in the capital forward, improving the framework conditions and making the diverse support services for startups transparent and develop them. I'm really happy to be the one guiding you today through this discussion. And before introducing the speakers, I'd just like to say a few words about diversity. What would look like to, we would like to have a look at diversity, but just wanted to say about is that we, during this panel, we will be reflecting the mixture of differences and similarities found in the world. Just wanted to be specific on this and just say that here we will define diversity as taking into account groups that have been historically underrepresented, so not just only gender diversity. But now that the landscape is set, I just would like to introduce warmly our speakers. So first, Deborah, you are a 5-time founder, mother, and Nigerian American, who has called Berlin home for the last 6 years. And you graduated from the University of Chicago. You launched your first, I love when you, when you say that, your first venture in your dorm room, and you went on to join the Business Week Top 25 Under 25 list. And you are one of the, it's crazy, less than 0.5% of women of color to be VC-backed in Europe. As a managing director of Founderland, Deborah is passionate about seeing women of color and diverse founders thrive as business owners. And I think it's the first week of the program, which is starting now. Is that right? So I wish good luck for the founders participating. Ferdinand, you are managing director of Founder Institute Berlin. You're building on solid experience among others in consulting, travel, and internet businesses. You have been focusing on coaching and guiding early-stage founders for more than 6 years. And you founded and accelerated a portfolio of more than 60 startups, which is a big achievement as well. And I'm very looking forward to hear your point of view representing the city of, your experience with Berlin and London, as your accelerator is based in London and Berlin. Sana, hello. You are the founder and CPO of the Berlin-based startup SageWealth. SageWealth focuses on sustainability. I think you can do it better in pitching your startup, but I'm trying to. You are focusing on sustainability, including growth-focused, equity-based, and safety-focused bonds, and commodity-based options, right? Your startup has announced a few weeks ago a raise of 500K, actually, to build up your digital platform. It's a big achievement, so congratulations to that. Very nice major milestone. And you had actually a diverse table with 40% of angels being female, right? Marie Avril, hi. You are a seasoned IP and IT lawyer with more than 20 years of experience in business and intellectual property, which focus on copyright, entertainment, media, new technologies, and trademarks. After 15 years practice in Paris, you are now based in Berlin, where you created your the first French-German IT/IP law firm, which is called Mars IP. As a founding member of French Tech Hub, Berlin, you help and support the development of startups in Germany. And I'm very glad that you catch your flight from Paris to come here today to join the panel. Well done. And last but not least, Myriam Doug. She's Director Europe of London Partners. London Partners, maybe you may know it already. It's actually the economic agency for the City of London. We have a team based in Berlin, Paris, and Munich. Miriam, you work with tech ecosystem partners across Europe, and you support the expansion of European scale-ups to the UK and London. And you engage with London businesses that want to increase their international footprint. And at this point, I'm also really happy to say that our both organizations are more partners than competitors, I would say. I'm like working at the Berlin Economic Agency near the London, and I think we can be proud that we have a lot of now closely collaboration for years now. And I would just like to say here, cheers to that. And it's nice that we can organize this panel together here. So, it was a lot of introductions, but it's useful to know who is sitting here. So we are going now to break these into 3 distinct chunks, trying to answer the question of perception, but also implementation of diversity in those 3 vibrant ecosystems that are Paris, London, and Berlin. So first we will start with the structural supports, political landscape, and agenda. Then we will see the main difference between those ecosystems, what is it still missing. We all know how hard it could be in real life to implement diversity. And we will try to get the most or the best solutions and biggest takeaways from our 5 speakers. So let's get right into it with our first question for the panelists. And I will like to start with Miriam. A recent study from Boston Consulting Group said that the benefits of affirmative actions, for example, can make a real change, like flex work policy, parental maternity leave, equal pay, participative leadership. Linking this up actually with the level of innovation, which means the more diversified the company, the more innovative it is. So now Miriam, starting with you. What is the political will and vision in London? Maybe what is the priority regarding the diversity in London? Maybe let's start with that.
Heard? Can I be heard? Yes.
No.
So in terms of diversity or challenges that we are experiencing, it's my perspective that London has a pretty broad view of what diversity is, and there's a lot of support from the GLA, the Greater London Authority. We don't just speak about diversity, very often we speak about equality, diversity and inclusion, so we call it EDI. And the Mayor for London has a strategy specifically for EDI, addressing many, many different groups and challenges and underrepresented groups of people. So we're not just speaking of diversity in terms of gender, very important of course, but it's not just that. We're also speaking about diversity in terms of ethnic background, in terms of age, in terms of sexual orientation, etc. So it's a very broad idea and ability, for example. So in terms of the political perspective, it's very high. And for us as a business, being partially financed by the Mayor of London, I think it's very, very similar. So we have, I would say, well, number one, diversity matters. It's super important. Equality, diversity, inclusion matters. It's important, full stop. But it's also important for your business, as we've heard previously. So if you have a company and you have a diverse workforce, let's say, or diverse founders and a diverse workforce and a lot of women in the company, then you can outperform your competitors by 15%, for example. If it's ethnically diverse, I think it's a McKinsey study that found that you can outperform your competitors by 35%. So there's definitely also a business element in being diverse. So for us as a business, how do we do it? I think there are 3 main points. There are way more, but I'm going to focus on 3 main points here. One is recruitment and talent for us as a business. Like, how do we recruit internally to represent London and to have all the perspectives to be as efficient as a business as possible? But also, how do we enable businesses that we work with to recruit as diverse as possible? So we make ways available to businesses. We promote diverse recruitment, but we also make available talent toolkits, etc. The second thing that we do is, yes, there are special initiatives that we're running. For example, we've had a 12-month cohort of female founders that we took to Silicon Valley to improve the funding situation. We collaborate with a lot of ecosystem players, for example, the Black Founders Fund from Google within London, etc. We've done a REACH mission, which stands for Race, Ethnicity, and Cultural Heritage, again, to emancipate and provide opportunities to founders with different ethnic backgrounds. And we've done an LGBT plus mission. So we've covered different elements, and that's specifically to bridge gaps where there's a failure. But I think what is more important for us, or for me, is that diversity is not just something that we do as a special act, as a solo thing, but it's become business as usual. So we run a lot of acceleration programs. We have a business growth program, which is our startup accelerator. We have a scale-up accelerator. And within these acceleration programs, we make sure that we have as diverse an audience as possible, that we have as diverse founders as members, or as cohort companies as possible. So, for example, within London, we have 25% of founders that with a ethnic diverse background, or female founders that have received significant funding. And in our cohorts, we have reached levels of 50%, and that's just normal. That's not like, let's run a specific program, that's just what we do. Is that enough? No, it's probably not enough, but it's a step in the right direction, and it's the political will of the city, and it's the political will, or it's our focus.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you very much. Maybe going forward with Marie Avril, representing the French ecosystem, maybe the Parisian one, but France in general. I know you are a big fan of affirmative action. So can you mention maybe a few of them making the difference in the political and business landscape in France? Maybe also related to your field of activity and law.
I would say that France is a very good country considering principles and human rights and childcare and system, etc., etc. But when you go to the startup scene, it's a catastrophe. So startups founded by women raise around 3% of the money. Founders, male and women, around 8%. So it means that around almost 90% of the money goes to the males. Concerning LGBTs, it's also a complicated issue because we have seen that around 6% of people who claim that they are homosexual make less money than the others, but we don't have ethnic statistics. It's forbidden in France. So there's also a very big difference in salary wages. Around women make around 25% less money than men, and when it goes to retirement, women have around 40% less money than men. So it's really terrible. In France, we are a centralized country, so we have the law and we have the government and our deputies who decide to make law. We have some private programs. I don't know if you wish me to explain a little bit.
Yes, do it. It's cool if you can name some of them.
I don't want to monopolize the microphone. So we have some, I would say, we have in France, of course, private programs, and especially in the French tech. And we also have a series of laws which have made great improvements and which have really proved to be very efficient. I would just speak about the private aspect and maybe later about the law. Especially in the French tech. The French tech is a community of people supporting the creation of startups and scale-ups. And we have now programs signed by most of the companies supported by the French tech, according to which the supervisory boards and the direction has to be led at least from, in the first years, 20% women, and 20% of one gender, I would say, and after 4 or 5 years, 40%. So we really see the question of diversity as a progress, as a work in progress. And then we also have this endeavor of these companies that they will train the management in order to avoid discriminations, etc. That we also have some double team presenting the company, male and female. That we have accompanying process for people coming from parental leave, etc., etc. Then there are more and more VCs and corporate VCs which invest and which take engagement to invest in companies with LGBT founders and with women founders. And there's also a progression saying, okay, at least 20% need to have women founders, and then in the next year, 40% founders. And about this private aspect, I would like to emphasize that we also have programs for social or different kind of entrepreneurs who do not come from a classical scene, who haven't made a business school, for example. And then there are 2 steps of helps. First support for really kind of pre-seed phase of 2 months. And then there's a support of 1 year for there's young entrepreneurs or maybe older entrepreneurs, but you want to create their company. And they have a support during 1 year, and they have incubators, and they become money from the state. But all this is, I would say, it's a kind of a novel overall action, saying that now it's not acceptable anymore to have companies directed by men, and we also have many legal incentives. But I will stop now because otherwise the other people will not take. I can speak about it later if you wish.
But it's actually nice to know. Yeah, you can
All right.
explain more a bit about that.
Good. So actually, we began in France in 2000 with the first law concerning political people. So the idea was that women need to have equal access to local, regional elections, and to Senate and to the European elections. And this law decided to give penalties to the political parties which did not respect this engagement. So political parties were not financed if they didn't achieve this percentage, or they could even have to pay fines, or sometimes they could be denied the access to elections. So this was a very good and very efficient measure. And so we had 10 years after, we took a law which is called the Zimmermann-Copé law, Copé-Zimmermann. I tried to change the name and to put the woman name before, saying that we should have quotas in supervisory boards for big companies and for CAC 40, this is to say quoted companies. So 40% of the boards, of the supervisory boards, need to be occupied by women, or if it's just women, but usually it's never the case, by men. And if the companies had a few years to implement this quota, and if they didn't do it, they had to pay fees, or all the supervisory members of the board could see their payments reduced. And it could also be possible that a member of director be set off and will not be appointed because there should be a woman. So this has proved to be very efficient. And so we are the first one in Europe to have so many women in supervisory boards, etc. But actually, it concerns only big companies, and not smaller companies. And also, it doesn't concern the people who really do the daily job. So there's a new law now, 10 years after, which say that there's quotes, 20% and then 40% has to consist all the executive management. So the senior executive and management and management. And also we have a few years to implement this principle. And there's also publication of, there's professional index, etc. And last but not least, and then it was stop talking. I'm sorry. You know, I'm a lawyer, so we're used to speaking a lot. Sorry. Now, the French, this law also said, okay, this is good. This is important for big companies. But now, if you want to get money from the French state, and if you want to get public money, you have to meet the same principles. That is to say that now, if you're a startup, and I wish to draw your attention on this point, if you are a startup or a scale-up and you want to get some public money in France, you must have, in the 2 next years, you will have to have at least 20% of women executive, of executive being women, and in the next 5 years, 40% women, in order to get public money. And I think there's, you talked about affirmative action. I'm a lawyer. I really believe in law. I'm not a sheriff. I just think that law can really be an incredible incentive and can really help push a society to change itself. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we understand you love law and it can change the world. That's true, actually, I think. Getting a more complementary perspective from a very active accelerator, Ferdinand. Maybe you can explain more about the role the accelerators have to play related to diversity in those 2 cities. We know it's a big role to play is like to close the investment gap, for example. Yeah, do you think you are playing the same role in Berlin and London? And are there any different tools, different perspective or focuses? Are the needs similar or not? Maybe you can answer this question.
See, I'll try. So, strong founders do not need accelerators. They will find their own way. That is something that we hear quite often from VCs or people from the ecosystem. And often it's not said, but it's thought, it's in their minds. Why is it then that business school graduates like from WHU represent the founders of more than 10 unicorns in Germany? So most of the unicorns actually stem either from TUM or WHU. Isn't that one of the biggest accelerators there is out there? People that are going through these schools are getting network, they're getting wonderful education. They probably have an extreme background in their families as well, which they bring to their startup founding experience. So I would deny that this statement is true, that strong founders will find their way. Of course, there is exceptions where people, even without all this acceleration from such business schools, will find their way. But they will have a lot more stairs to climb than those that bring this acceleration. So that's where accelerators like the ones mentioned and like we can step in and at least close some of those gaps that people that do not have that background bring. So, and that, as mentioned also before, that can be all kinds of diversity underrepresentation. So there can be in disabilities, there can be in nationality, that can be in age, and so on. What do we do to like circumvent this problem of bias that is also existing in the scene quite a lot? And as soon as someone pitches in front of someone else, as soon as you see the face and you don't like it, you like it, you feel the wavelength, as soon as that happens, some of those biases come into play. And that's what we don't allow in accepting people. We base our acceptance of founders into the Founder Institute program completely on a multiple choice test. It's a personality test, which checks whether a person is open, flexible, agreeable, emotionally stable. So there needs to be some basic preconditions to be a solid founder, but that's it. So there's no interviews, there's no pitches to start the journey. Then they still have to prove themselves, so they have like a strong, long program where they have to work every week. They will have to pitch. They will get ratings. So there will certainly also be personal biases involved in that. But they have more time than just the 3-minute pitch to do those things. By that, it actually arrives at a stage where we can say that we have quite a diverse setup in our founders and also in our mentors. Well, I'm going to say something around the mentors in a minute. But in the founders, we range in the graduates, so the ones that leave the program, from somewhere between 20 and 55% of female founders. And for example, the cohort I graduated end of last year had 80% of founders who were not born and raised in Germany. So quite diverse also on a nationality perspective. Regarding age, we start somewhere in the beginning of the 20s and go up to 60 years old. But we are also open for older ones, so you're welcome if you have passed that age already. And then they all get the equal support. So they get support from 50 to 60 mentors, all equally along that range. Regarding investment, do we close that gap? You asked that question as well. It's just from the newest news I heard from yesterday, it seems to work, actually. So we have this year, 5 of our startups have closed their investment rounds, and 3 out of those had a female founder on the board, so it's 60% female-founded companies that got an investment from this year's, just from looking at this year's range, not the 2% that is the general number in the ecosystem. So yes, I think we do have the chance to do that, but we need to work on those misconceptions that accelerators are only for those weak founders. They're not for all the founders. So I think we can support founders that are strong, and we can make founders that still have to learn some things stronger than they were before. Regarding the differences between London and Germany, I just yesterday talked to my counterpart in London. So we're present in around 200 cities around the world. So also by that, quite diverse worldwide. For London, there's certainly some differences, especially around the fact that Berlin, as a city, as a multinational city, is a lot younger than London. So London had a lot of influx from different nationalities for a lot longer period of time. So the percentages are very different. So automatically, it's more probably the ecosystem is a lot more mature with respect to nationality. So we still have some gap to close there on respect. Probably on the female founder aspect, it's not so different as on the nationality aspect. But we're working on all of them at the same time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ferdinand. Very nice to hear that. And yeah, I think a lot of things it's about network, and if you don't have it from the beginning, it's a hard work to get it. So I'm definitely I understand what you mean there, and that will be the perfect transition to Deborah, actually, to know more about what you are doing with Founderland, with your program. Could you tell us more about that? How are you supporting the female founders exactly? And maybe are you connecting the founders like with external resources like Ferdinand mentioned also? What is the core business and the mission of your programs? And yeah, let's start with that first.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anne. I'm someone who gets a little bit curious about who is here. So before I dive into these really, really meaty and good questions, I first want to just understand, do we have founders in the room? I see you. Okay, I see some Founderland founders too. Do we have some people in the investment community here? Great, great. Do we have people from big tech? Where's everyone else coming from? Curious, curious. Well, welcome. I'll start by saying, as a founder, co-founder, and managing director of Founderland, it is my distinct privilege to focus on improving diversity in the European startup ecosystem every day. And what Founderland does, if you're not familiar with our organization, first of all, that's okay. We're a relatively young organization. We started almost 2 years ago, early 2020, because I and my co-founders, we saw really a gap in this ecosystem that was not at the time speaking to certain intersections of identity that we were seeing as interesting and both important to address with specific community programming and also support. So in a nutshell, we started Founderland specifically to support women of color entrepreneurs across Europe and the UK. What we do is we've created a community. Today we are almost 350 women of color founders in the community. And we also created opportunities for visibility for the founders in our community. And finally, what's really important for us is the whole capital crunch. So, one thing that's kind of interesting, and this is also why we kind of focused at this intersectional level, is when you look at European-wide or Europe and UK-wide numbers, it's somewhere around, and it's sad any way you look at it, 2 to 3% of VC funding has gone to women-led startups. But when you start to dig a little deeper and look at, weaving in race and ethnicity, women of color receive less than 0.5% of that. So, we decided with Founderland, let's focus on the most underrepresented founder, and, with the idea that doing so can increase opportunities for all founders. And, that's ambitious. So what do we do on a day-to-day basis? And as you alluded, we just this week kicked off our very first inaugural acceleration program. We created what we call the Accelerator of Our Dreams, an investor readiness program that also tackles bias that might be at play in conversations and negotiations with investors. This first cohort are 15 women of color founders who are embarking on a journey with us and all our facilitators of this program to practice pitching, negotiation, but along the way also really kind of deal with what are the different kinds of bias and cognitive bias that might be, kind of displayed in different parts of this fundraising journey, and how do we practice to effectively navigate ourselves through them. Beyond this acceleration program, we also embarked this past year on developing research around our target audience, because unfortunately, when you're trying to kind of canvas the European landscape and kind of speak to kind of broader numbers of where we're at on a European level when it comes to diverse and underrepresented founders, it gets a bit difficult. And I'm sure that we're all nodding our heads on this panel because of all the different reasons why that's difficult. So you have the UK numbers, you have the French numbers, you have the German data, and it's kind of hard to get a clear story on where we're at and how we can really move the dial together. So I believe strongly that we react to what we can track. And I look really positively at all of the organizations' energy and outcomes that have come from people looking at the gender problem, broadly speaking, that women are not receiving enough venture capital and not enough support to run businesses. And when we've been able to draw attention to that, we've seen gains year over year. So, with our research, we're starting off with a qualitative research this year. Our goal is really to kind of build a European level overview of where we're at and provide tools for us and other organizations to react to that data in a positive and meaningful way.
Oh, very nice. Very much looking forward to it. Sana, now with you, we'd like to go forward, and you actually, decided to set up a fintech startup in Berlin. Maybe you can tell us more about the kind of support you got or not. Was it difficult or not to set up here your business here? And actually, we'd like to make the transition with you. We had a prep call on you, which told me there are much challenges. So I will to hear about it, what you have achieved, but yeah, the kind of support and linking maybe to what's still missing. It will be like the second part before ending with the solutions. But now, what is still missing? But you achieve a lot. But
Yeah.
What would be your wish? Also.
Yeah, thanks so much. Before I get a little bit into your question, I actually wanted to share something I am quite emotional about. So many of the speaking opportunities that I receive are in the context of diversity. So I'm an expert on what I do. I know a lot about fintech, about investing, about ESG, about how young people invest and how that's different from how older generations invest. And I don't get asked about this. I don't get to talk about my expertise. I have to speak about my gender, my migrant background, and yeah, so this is also something that is my wish, is that next time I am on a stage, I want to talk about my startup, about what we achieve and what we are trying to change. So I do really appreciate the opportunity to be here, but I also want to raise awareness that the fact that we have to be here and that we have to all, as experts, like we are all experts, that we need to talk about the fact that we are women or that we have a different background. So just FYI.
There you go.
Okay, then to answer your questions, so yeah, I'm the founder of Sage Wealth. We help young people that are ambitious to receive a financial plan and then to be able to start investing in a sustainable way so that we can reach our long-term financial goals. That's what we focus on. And yeah, I would say we are quite different to other fintechs in that we focus a lot on emotional intelligence, psychology, and sustainability. And that makes us quite different and sometimes very difficult to understand by investors. Yeah, nonetheless, my experience has been, and it's great to be with Deborah because I'm also a member of Founderland, is that networks have been really, really critical. So without receiving introductions, without shout-outs, without people saying a positive word about you, it's impossible to raise a round and to get the trust from investors. And so I am not from a business school, I studied psychology, and yeah, it's my first business, so especially as a woman, I felt it was kind of terrible. Lucky enough, I was a social media influencer on Instagram, so I know a lot about social networks. So I went on LinkedIn, and I just started implementing many of the learnings I had from Instagram on LinkedIn, and that's how I built my network. And also, this is how I raised my funding round, is from basically promoting myself online because nobody would do it for me otherwise, and by taking people on the journey of building this company and on the challenges that we have, and also sharing about my knowledge and expertise and about our successes. And that has drawn in a lot of people, and these were the people I end up raising from. Mm-hmm. So this again shows that network and your image, like how people perceive you, say if you're a tall, white man who is middle-aged, people will think of you as much more competent than you might be. So you have to be aware of that and think a lot about, okay, how can I create a positive image of myself? Yeah. I was also part of the Stealth Mode program at Factory Berlin. It's one of the biggest tech hubs here in Berlin. It's one of their flagship programs where they select female founders and take them, on, I think it's 3 months program, and they pair them up with a mentor who's usually quite well connected. And that has also, for me, made a big difference. I got introductions, I got media publicity, I got validation, and through this made it easier to have respect in the network that I'm in. However, something that was often missing is financial support, because a lot of the programs are free, say they don't take equity. Sometimes you even have to pay for accelerator programs, or they take equity for the knowledge, but it's very rare that a program will do a VC kind of deal with you, which I would have preferred. I would have preferred to have equity taken, but receiving funding, because it's seen as a much more honest signal on the market that your startup is backable or venture backable. So for people in the tech ecosystem who are considering to run programs, I would strongly encourage you to consider a financing, financing the startups that you select.
Thank you very much. And I think you can maybe also, as we talk also before, in order to prepare the conversation, you told me, I asked you actually, how was it as a founder to hire people? Did you have some success in hiring a diverse team or not? And what could be missing there as well? How was it?
Hiring was actually really great. However, we do have a diverse team in that we have people from different parts of Europe. We have people in London, we have someone in Serbia, one of our engineers, he's originally from Fiji, then one of the people in our team is a parent. However, everybody I hired is male, which I'm happy about. I put a lot of effort into reaching out to women, but given that we are in financial technology, it was very difficult to recruit women, and also because of our early stage, it was perceived as really risky to join us. A lot of the men that joined our startup were very keen on the equity and were comfortable with the relatively low salary. Say, some of them are earning half as much as they would earn if they worked for an established corporation. And for the women, that was really uncomfortable to do, and I completely respect that decision, but it has also negative consequences for us, I suppose, that we are not more diverse. But I also believe that for women, it could make sense to, I don't know how to say this, but I think it's important also sometimes as women to challenge what we've learned growing up. For example, that we should take a more safe path, that we shouldn't be bold, that we focus a lot on, we are very perfectionistic, is my experience, so I think that women can also sometimes be a bit more courageous and daring and do take the risk of joining an early stage startup because the upside is enormous. If the company that you join succeeds, you are a multimillionaire. Every investor will give you at least $1 million the moment you start your company, and you will have career reputation forever.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe Deborah, maybe you can jump in there. And it is the same for your community. Do you see the same challenges? And I would like now to, because we are running a bit out of time, to link to the solution and takeaway. So what is still missing? What do you see within your communities? What are the main challenges you have to deal with? And what would be the solution maybe that is not existing yet, but maybe someday? And your biggest takeaway maybe.
Okay. So just to kind of set the scene and some context for what is the Founderland community today, first of all, it's a very diverse community. So this group that's now almost 350 women of color entrepreneurs, they are coming from over 20 European countries, UK included, and are building across over 40 verticals. One number that we don't track as actively, but we do see it as a reoccurring theme when we connect with the community more directly, is that there's also often an overlapping migration background identity on top of being also women of color in our community that we find kind of interesting. Additionally, our community is also, when you look at kind of stage, very diverse. So ranging from solid MVP, working on it, to raised a couple million. I say all that to say that the needs of our community are also then quite diverse. Our community tends to also have a lot of similarity to the overall ecosystem that we see, that there are hubs, right? That Berlin and London and Paris and so forth, these are startup hubs. And in our community, almost 50% of the founders are based in building their businesses in the UK and in Germany, with a high concentration in London and Berlin. You know, what we're seeing in our community is this. People are having challenges with the first check. And, you know, typically that first check is not because there's crazy traction or a patent. It's an idea that needs a bit of fuel to kind of validate further. And unfortunately, the checks and the bets made on those early ideas don't tend to go to women of color founders, in our case, and more broadly speaking, underrepresented founders. I'm going to switch over to the solutions, because that's a lot more exciting. You know, I do think that, you know, it's good to kind of think of a couple examples and models. What are people doing in these ecosystems that is interesting, that is new, that is effective? And, you know, one that I would draw our attention to that I see as kind of quietly disruptive is right here in Berlin. So, you know, the Berlin Startup Stipendium or Scholarship is something actually quite unique, not just in Germany, but across Europe. And if you're not familiar with the Berlin Startup Stipendium or Scholarship, or the BSS, definitely Google it afterwards. It is a program that comes from the Senate that provides equity-free funding ranging from 6 to 12 months, depending on the kind of the distributor of those funds, that comes across also with mentorship. So what's great about something like that is, you know, for a lot of founders that can't go to friends and family for the funds to get started, something like this can help, you know, an early stage founder ease into entrepreneurship without taking, you know, predatory cuts in equity or running up crazy debts just to see if they can validate an idea. And I do think that, you know, other cities can take note from, you know, the effectiveness of this instrument for their own cities. You know, we hear from founders in our community who are based in London, we wish we had something like this. So, you know, again, I do think that these kinds of programs that, in this case, are government or state-led, can pave the way for then other private and other organizations to replicate in a small or large scale.
Okay. Thank you very much. A very concrete takeaway, I think. Thank you very much, Deborah. Now we only have 3 minutes left, so Miriam, Marie-Avril, and Ferdinand, maybe just very quick, what is missing? What is your takeaway, or in which direction should we go? So Marie-Avril, maybe starting 1 minute.
I think we need to change mentalities, of course. I think we should emancipate the white man. I mean, in our societies and our European societies, we still have in the opinion that the man, when he goes to children, because I am also the mother of 3 children, has to take care of the family and has to make the money. And maybe if we can simply share this burden and say, you know, half of the population has a brain and has energy and can also support the society. So this is for me really something very important. I think we should really create a right to children care, because, you know, when a woman has to disappear because it's often the woman to take care of the children is a scandal. And be vigilant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Miriam, for you?
I think for me it's
Yes.
Okay. I think from my side, what I take out of this panel is enabling whoever, you know, underrepresented groups to see that to have access to ecosystems, have access to networks, see that there's an opportunity, have role models. And above all, I think that's an interesting point that I've seen now twice. Sana mentioned it, and we've seen it before in a panel, that founders from underrepresented groups get invited and speak about their subject matter. And I think that's something that, it's great that you've mentioned it. It's the second time I've experienced it. So also for this panel and for this entire thing that we are doing here today, actually my request would be, don't do a diversity day, but include diversity on every day of this startup night in the week. It should become normal. I mean, it's fine to raise it, absolutely fine to raise it, and research needs to be done, and if there is something that, where there's something broken, then we need to point it out. But I think people need to be heard for their ability, and people with from underrepresented groups have that ability and need to be heard as such. So that's probably
Thank you very much, Miriam. Thank you very much. And then Ferdinand, last words.
So, I would love to that we all in the startup ecosystem and abroad get rid of this misconception that strong founders do not need support or do not need accelerators. I think both startup stipendiums mentioned and us and many other players in the field show that our work is very valuable. The other thing, and I can respond here to Sana and the others, something that we as an accelerator need a lot is actually mentors from those different underrepresented groups. So I just did my mentor call last week, and for example, the revenue session, I have now 5 male mentors that want to hold it, but no female mentor that wants to do it. So I invite all the female mentors and all the mentors from different groups to come up and discuss which sessions to do, and to make also our side of the accelerator more diverse.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so let's wish we don't need any such panels in the future anymore. And for now, I just would like to thank you very much for participating today to this discussion. Thank you very much, and thank you also to the audience. And now we see you maybe to network afterwards. Bye. Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists. That was truly inspiring. We heard so many different perspectives. Thank you again. Yeah, our first panel of the night, and a bit of an unexpected turn. We all wish we wouldn't have to have those diversity nights, right? They weren't necessary, we wish. But at the moment, we still need them. We need to talk about this. And I thank everyone who was here for the panel today. And today wouldn't be possible without a few key people that I would like to invite up to stage for our official opening of the very first edition of Diversity Night. So unfortunately, bad news first. Our Berlin Secretary of State, Michael Biel, unfortunately couldn't be here today. However, we have 3 people representing, and I would like to introduce on stage Janine Koch. She is the CEO of Medianet Berlin-Brandenburg. Axel Mennekin, he's the Managing Director of Hubraum. And representing startup affairs for the Berlin government, for the Berlin Senate, as he so often does, Norbert Herrmann. Please give them a round of applause and enjoy their opening.
Yeah, that sounds like a quiz show. I'm quite amazed by that. So thank you very much, Lisa, for the warm welcome. And thank you, guests, that you are here for the Diversity Night tonight. But first of all, thank you, Norbert Herrmann, that you arrived for this day today. And thank you, Axel, that we can be a part of the journey today. So a warm welcome to all of you at Diversity Night at SunX, which is the Telecom's 10th Startup Night. And it's a special night for us. It's because it's curated by Medianet. Medianet is a network association which exists for 21 years now, I'm sorry. And we're actually curating the media and the creative and digital industries in a network so that they can make business together and that they can, get connected with each other. And diversity is a very interesting, not only interesting, but really urgent topic of our association. And I'm kind of affected by that topic as well. As a woman from East Germany, I'm one of the marginalized group, so that's why I feel diversity needs to be considered in every single company. That's why we said yes when you asked us to be a partner for this night, so thank you for having us for this opportunity. I'm also very pleased to tell you that diversity for us is so important that we see that it's not just a nice to have, but also it's enriched in law by the General Equal Treatment Act of 2006. And I will count you some numbers so to enhance that. Almost a quarter of the people living in Germany have a migration background. Almost every 14th describes themselves as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and/or transgender. Many studies deal with a connection between diversity and success and find companies are more than 20% more likely to be successful than average if they are women in top management. And the likelihood of higher profits at companies increases by 43% with ethnically and culturally diverse boards. Of course, numbers like that you have probably listened to quite a couple of times before, but they show that it's worth not only knowing about diversity, but also living it. For today's Diversity Night, we were able to win top-class speakers and those affected who give us a global perspective on current and future diversity and inclusion topics in lectures and workshops, and also report on their personal experiences. In any case, the focus today is on fundamental cultural change involving companies, the media, and society. The event offers insights into topics such as intersectionality in the workplace, gender equality, migration, generational inclusion, and the diversity gap in the technology industry. Thanks at this point to Lisa Jeller and Karin Schönwetter and all participants of the panel from Berlin Partner and London Partners who kicked off the Diversity Night earlier today. And now we are really looking forward to exciting lectures, even more than you actually can grasp. One of them is Kenza Aitzi Abu. She will be talking about Let's Teach the Robots to be Inclusive. It's following straight after our opening. And I also want to say a huge thank you to Anna Regidor for the great job that you did. Yeah, a big round of applause, exactly. She did the curation of the whole Diversity Night, and without her and her input, we wouldn't be so diverse in this night today as well, so thank you again. If you're interested in learning more about Medianet, the association that I represent with my team, you can go over there. We can tell you more about the association, and we're happy to talk about it. And now, I hand over to you, Axel, and I'm very happy that we can be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. And to me, diversity is a human right, not just a hot topic. It's not about just gender. Too often we talk about like diversity, gender equality. It's about origin, who you love, age, origin, and much more. So I'd like to say thank you first to all of you who are here for this important matter, diversity. And of course, thank you to the team who organized that event and made it happen. And kind of like I'm also a bit proud that I was asked to help to open this event, because at least to me that shows that Deutsche Telekom and Hubraum are not perceived as a haven, a club of old white men wearing suits. So that's at least a progress to some years ago. But I want to briefly talk about three things. Why does diversity matter, especially for you founders, entrepreneurs, and startups? What is Deutsche Telekom doing about it, and what we all can do about it? So let's start. Why does it matter? And as head of Hubraum, we help to incubate startups with Deutsche Telekom. We invest in startups. And we know that in the end, startups are an experiment on the way to find a profitable business model. And diversity can be key on that journey. Because as we heard before, you are in a war of talent. So diversity dramatically broadens up the pool, the talent pool for your startup, for your activities. And you can use the full potential or create much more opportunities for your people, which also retains those people. The second is diverse and inclusive organizations are much more resilient and creative. And that is what you need whenever you get stuck, whenever you hit hard times. And last but not least, it's proven that diverse organizations have a higher likelihood to become profitable, and that's what it's all about. So in the end, diversity is not just a case, it's a business case that truly matters to you as founders, entrepreneurs, and startups. So what is Deutsche Telekom doing about diversity? And as you know, change starts from the top. So I'm really proud that in the board of Deutsche Telekom, almost 40% of the members are female. But even more important, I see that these female board members hire female top executives. So they fill the ranks top down, and this is trickling down the organization. We do a lot about creating awareness and training the organization. And I'd just like to share one aha moment, wow moment, when I took part at a unconscious bias training. There was a video from a study with young kids, 4 or 5 years old, really unconscious. And those kids were kids of color. And they were given 2 baby dolls, a white baby doll and a colored baby doll. And they were asked, which baby doll do you want to be? And the majority of that colored kids said, I want to be the white baby doll because it had blonde hair, it has blue eyes, it has a white color. And that stands for much more intelligent, that stands for it's rich and it's loved by others. And even in these young ages, there is this unconscious bias. And it was so impressive also to hold a mirror in front of me and ask myself, what are my behaviors, my unconscious bias? And that was really impressive that Deutsche Telekom is doing that together with Albright Academy. Then I think what Deutsche Telekom is really doing well, we speak out loud also in public. So it's on one hand like smaller things that being part of like Christopher Street Day, but it's also like what you may have seen on TV, airing an advertisement against harassment in social media and discrimination. And that's also like making a strong case for employees. And you can also do this in a smaller way, like 3 female colleagues in Hubraum, they asked for some extra time and support to work on a framework for gender equality and inclusion based on their own experiences. And in the end, they pitched that to our board, to senior management, the CEO in Poland, and now parts of that work is part of the training curriculum within Deutsche Telekom. So you don't need to always start from the very top. It's also important to give room and listen to your employees. Yeah. So that is just a few examples of what Deutsche Telekom is doing. But now, what can we do all about this? And I see this group here as a spearhead for this topic. And for me, it's pretty simple. First of all, it's about communicating the case of diversity. And after you have communicated it, communicate again and again and again. That's, to me, the starting point. Number 2, of course, is walking the talk. Yeah? So push for diversity in your teams, in the values of the companies you set up, and in the talent pools, the people you want to hire. Train, guide, and mentor the next wave, the next level in your organization to make the diversity cause. And last but not least, give room to ideas, to your employees, create a safe and trusted environment so that diversity is a part of your day-to-day work. So, with that, I think we're still at the beginning, yeah? But it's worth the journey, and I think we are here to learn and share. And for this, I really think that events, formats like Diversity Night are super important. And again, thank you for being here and to contribute to this. Because, as said in the beginning, diversity and inclusion is a human right. Yeah, it's a clear case. It's not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. Thank you.
Very nicely said. Thank you, Axel. Okay, thank you. So I'm here for Michael B., the Permanent Secretary of State for Economics. I went to him to ask him, would you like to come to Diversity Night, to Startup Night? It was really crazy because I work in administration, but I met him in the elevator. So I had an elevator pitch and really going up from 13th floor at RBB, going down, and it was not even in the middle that he said, yes, I want to come, because diversity plays such a major role for Berlin. To be honest, the startup ecosystem in Berlin, it's really something like very diverse already, and we can learn from them. Okay, so now he's called to go to the Chancellery tonight, so I am here today, and I have his speech. I'm not really reading it, but I will show you that Berlin is really keen on working together with startups, working together with diverse teams, and fostering the startup ecosystem. That's what tonight is all about, I would say. So Richard Florida, a sociologist and author of the famous book, The Rise of the Creative Class, has analyzed the importance of the famous 3 T's. T not standing for telecom, sorry for that. T for technology, talents, and tolerance. Technology, talents, and tolerance. And with these 3 T's, he explains a lot of the success story of Silicon Valley. In Berlin, we also have talents, we have technology, and we are very tolerant, aren't we? I think so. And tolerance fosters diversity. Thus, we are on a very good way. Coming back to technology, we have a lot of high-ranked universities and research institutes. I just learned more than 50. We have a lot of influx from talents. We can see that tonight, and we can see that every day in the startup ecosystem. And we have a lot of tolerance for immigrants and every kind of lifestyle. I think we're on the right way. So I have some numbers like stating 20% of the people in Berlin have not a German passport. In Germany, it's 13%. In Berlin, we have more than 100 people from 170 nations, and 35% of Berliners have a migrant background. This is really a huge number. I forgot about the number in the startup ecosystem. There was a number by Startup Genome. I will have to look for that. And Cem, I don't see him right now. We have these 3 T's. Maybe we have a 4th T in Berlin, which is techno music, which may play a major role on Friday night. I'm not sure about that. At the very point of time, we are working on the Berlin Startup Agenda, where we try to foster the startup ecosystem. We have very much focus on impact. We have focus on talents. We have focus on GovTech, which is a major importance for administration. We have focus on cooperation between startups and corporates, which Startup Night also helps to achieve. And we have a focus on diversity. We want to use the heterogeneity of our Berlin society as additional advantage, maybe even as USP for the startup ecosystem. And some of you, a lot of you, they have been fostering diversity in the Berlin startup ecosystem ever since. Today, we as politicians and administrations are on our way to also seriously strengthen this topic. We want to establish Berlin as City of Diversity. It doesn't sound bad, does it? City of Diversity. So we're right on this way. Just this week we had a tender process for the next startup report where we want to get input into how to do that best, how to make Berlin City of Impact and Diversity. So, and also in the last week, we had a talk with a lot of people from the startup ecosystem because we have some money to spend on diversity and we want to spend it right. So we talk to a lot of startups, a lot of agenda setters, people like you, and we try to do our best to make something good out of all that. I think that's enough for today. I just want to tell you, together we can work it out, together we can use the next steps into the future to make Berlin future-proof, together with a diverse ecosystem. Thank you so much for having me tonight, and thank you for organizing all that. Enjoy this.
Thank you so much, Janine, Axel, Norbert. What grand partners to this event series. Thank you for your insights. And I would say, give it up with another round of applause. Thank you, Norbert. All right. First of all, housekeeping. If you would like to still take part in a workshop that we have upcoming in the next few minutes, it's happening on the first floor. It is titled, You Should Radically Change Your Meetings. Love the title. I wonder what that means for larger events and conferences. So if you're interested in that, head up to the first floor. However, if you do decide to stick around, we are going to take a look into the future, but not as far as you might think. With the rise of AI in many of our everyday technologies, our responsibility to create inclusive environments has reached an entirely new dimension. The upcoming session with the title Diversity 2.0, Let's Teach the Robots to Be Inclusive, will address the question, what needs to be done to keep artificial intelligence from replicating the biases we as humans already hold? I would like to introduce you to the speaker of the upcoming session, Kenza Aitsiabu. She is a multi-award-winning AI expert and author, and the director of client engineering at IBM. Give it up for Kenza and enjoy your keynote.
Yes, thanks, Lisa. And I see I have die Fun-Meile hier vorne. Very well. Yeah, as Lisa said, I'm talking about diversity 2.0, and you might think what I mean with that. We've been hearing since 4 p.m. that diversity is important, and I must say, it's not a question of important or not important. Our society is diverse. This is a fact. The question is how inclusive is the society with those people who are different, and how inclusive is the workplace? And we are not there yet. We've heard many good examples, and it's always nice to hear all of that, but the reality is we are far away from our goal. And I see the urgency not only because, as a woman and a person of color, this is a topic that is really relevant for me, and I have 2 kids. So my motivation to make the world a better place is now even bigger since I'm a mother. And in addition to that, I'm an engineer, and with my team, we build artificial intelligence, and we build robots, not the ones that move, but the software robots, so AI. And this AI is learning from us, from every single one of us. The AI is learning from our society, and it is learning all that lack of inclusion. And the urgency I see here is, if we don't manage to be inclusive as a society, the AI will learn discrimination, it will replicate it, and it's going to be really hard to stop it. So let's see. It's not only bad news about AI, obviously. We also have good news. AI can also save lives. In a sense, this is just one example that my team helped to build to detect anomalies in not early child, but it's neonatology. The quicker you detect an infection, the highest the chances that you can save the child. And AI helps. When you put this in hardware, you also have robots that can do minimal invasive surgery, which can also help save lives. And in the near future, we'll have those robots able to do surgery in a remote basis, which means the doctor is sitting in a location and the patient can sit somewhere at the other side of the earth and can still have that surgery that is so special and so necessary to save their lives. AI can also sail or drive a ship in regions where it's difficult for people to be. And this ship, the Mayflower, has been in the Atlantic for many months in a row, unmanned, completely unmanned. There is nobody on board. And it is gathering important data on the oceans, pollution, mammal conservation, all insights that we need to help climate change. But there's also this AI doing art. So it's not only the mathematics and the scientific applications, you also have creative AIs. And we can argue what creativity is and if you can call this creativity. But what you see here is Rembrandt. It's a portrait of Rembrandt that was done by an AI and printed with a 3D printer. Rembrandt never did this. But the AI was trained with pictures of Rembrandt, and it was asked, OK, do something new. And the AI got the idea to build the portrait of Rembrandt. So there we have it. My hope behind these kind of use cases is that when I get stuck somewhere in the middle of Germany and there's a not so nice 2-star hotel, I hope to see nicer pictures on the walls and not the ones we have today. So you see, AI is really everywhere, and it's empowering really critical workflows. So we need to trust it. But can we? It's a hard question. The technology has been around for a couple of years, and in the past we have seen that it doesn't really work as we want it to. Or we just expected it to work in a different way, in a neutral way, because it's a machine. But then we realize it doesn't. It's not neutral. It is as biased as people are. I guess some of you will know this example when Apple issued their first credit card. And even Steve Wozniak, one of the co-founders, realized that he had 20 times more creditworthiness than his wife, and they share all their wealth. And it was actually Daniel Heinemeier Hansen, I think I said the right name, who is a quite known developer or software developer in Silicon Valley, who tweeted it for the first time. And he said, this algorithm is biased. My wife, same case, had less creditworthiness than myself, and we share everything. And then Steve Wozniak answered to that tweet saying, yeah, I had the same problem, and I asked within the company, I mean, he works for Apple, who can fix this? And nobody could answer, the algorithm. Anyhow, Goldman Sachs said gender wasn't part of the algorithm. But the AI still found the trend in the data to discriminate women in that, in calculating their creditworthiness. It's not the only example. We have more. Text models are also discriminatory. So this is a study that I found on Nature by a group of scientists who realized that when you train a model to, you start to type in words and then the text is being continued by the AI. And they started typing text like, okay, 2 Muslims go in a school, and then the AI was saying, with guns. So they realized that the AI was or had that unconscious bias. If Muslims are going into a school, then it's an amok. Then they have guns and they are planning, it's a terrorist attack or whatever. Facial recognition, we know since many years that it doesn't recognize people of color as well as it does with white, and women have less accuracy than men. But there's another topic that I would like to raise your attention to. This AI says Shirley appears to be made to 86%, which is wrong. She's not a male, she's a female. But that isn't the point that disturbs me most. We know today that people feel that they are in the wrong body. So you have someone that looks like a woman, but that person feels he's a man. We have transgender, we have queer, we have LGBTIQ+. So it is much more complicated than binary. We are not binary. We shouldn't build an AI that pretends to recognize the gender just looking at your face. The AI cannot feel how you feel. Nobody can. We have been raised with a binary mindset. There are only men and women, but today we know it's not true anymore. So we shouldn't build a technology that perpetuates that. In recruiting, this is a funny study that was done in Germany by Bayerische Rundfunk. And they hired actors to test an AI that analyzes videos of candidates and evaluates 5 personality threats. So the slide is in German. I hope you understand it. Offenheit, Gewissenhaft, Extraversion, Verträglichkeit, Neurotizismus. The funny thing is they taped different scenarios. So on the left side, you see the picture. It's an actor. He made a video of himself, introducing himself, and then the AI evaluated those 5 threats, personality threats, and that is the blue line. And then they put a bookshelf behind him and redone the video. And you see that the AI had a different judgment. That's the yellow line. Which is funny, but think about it. We've been spending our last 2.5 years in video conferences. And when you see people on TV on a video conference, there's a bookshelf behind, right? That makes you smart. And the way we think that a person who has a bookshelf in a Zoom call is smart, the AI understood that too. In any case, the judgment is different, and that shows us that there is a bias in the data and in our judgment. One of the last examples, and then I'll go to my point. 2020. During COVID, the exams couldn't take place in person, so many countries had to find a solution for students for their A grades. And in UK, they decided to drop the exam. We're in lockdown. We cannot put all the students in the classroom to take the exam. We just drop it and have an algorithm calculate what would be the grade of that student according to their performance in the previous years. And there again, socially unprivileged students got lower grades than students or pupils from a better working class, better social class, middle class, let's say. So there were protests that the algorithms were also biased and not really representing the performance of the students, and at the end they discarded the results. So you see, in different aspects, we realize that the discriminations that we have in society get their way to the data. And the best solution would be to change society. But I guess we agree here this is not a quick exercise, right? We are talking about changing hundreds and hundreds of years of patriarchy, actually, is maybe the summary of all our problems. So, by the time we change our behaviors in society, we need to do something about the technology. And how does that work? I guess you hear a lot the word trustworthy AI, which stands for an artificial intelligence that you can actually trust. But what does it mean? On the left side, you see the guidelines that we have at IBM. But this is really similar to most big tech and big companies. And under the understanding of trustworthy AI, everybody's talking about the same. The first one is explainability. If you are building a system to decide on people's lives, you need to understand how that system works. So you see the examples here for a credit, for a loan, right? So if you're a loan officer, you want to know why the AI rejected a loan application, for example. If you are the customer, you also want to understand why you were rejected, and you want to learn how you can improve your scoring so that you get a loan in the future. If you are a data scientist building that algorithm, you need to know how you should program your AI that it's fair, and that's really hard. Because what does it mean to be fair? And data scientists work with data, and AI is mathematics, is statistics. They're sitting in front of a laptop coding. There is no discussion about if you live in Neukölln, you will have a worse credit worthiness, because Neukölln in the past had only working class, and people didn't have money, so they didn't get credits. There is no history, so this is why you're not getting credits, even if you're rich guy from Stuttgart who moved to Neukölln because it's hip. It's numbers, and you have to tell them above 12.5%, it's fair, and below, it's unfair. So someone needs to translate that. And then the regulator will ask you to prove how you decided if you're a bank. And this is already there, actually. The GDPR includes also this kind of regulation, that companies need to prove why they took those decisions if they're algorithmic based. And then there's the AI Act coming very soon, and then there will be much more to prove. Fairness, I started already. You need to answer those questions. What is fair? About which group are we talking? Is the model fair? Is the data fair? Is your algorithm fair? Is it a combination the problem? So you need to distinguish all those complex topics to be able to answer that question. And I brought some screenshots from a tool that we have to help answer those questions, and let me go through them quickly. The life cycle of an AI algorithm is quite long, right? You have data that you gather from, so if we're talking again about creditworthiness, it's historical data about historical applications, and then the decision, and then demographics of the people who applied for the loan. So all of this is the data that you need to train your model. Then you build a model, you test it. Usually you separate this data into chunks, right? 70–80% you use for the first training, and the other 20 to 30% you use it to test your model. Then you deploy it. And that model is being retrained with the feedback, with the new applications and then the new judgments of the loans. And you have to integrate that feedback in the training again. So actually, it's a loop. It never ends. But you can have bias in different places. You can have it in the data, you can have it in the model, and then you can have it in the feedback that you're getting after your model has been deployed. So you have to tackle all those 3 touch points. Because even if you train your AI to be unbiased, when it goes live, it learns again the discrimination from society, and it learns again bias. So it is a never-ending journey, basically. You need to correct it every time. So this is why I said, in the meanwhile, while we are working on changing our behavior as a society, we need that this technology keeps learning to eradicate the bias. Yeah. Figures. I'm sorry, but I think you need to see it to believe it's happening, or it can happen. So this is just an example of metrics that you can use to reduce biases in an AI. Statistical parity difference, equal opportunity difference. These are mathematical equations, let's say, right? And you have 5 different metrics, and then you see how much you calculate that with the data, and then you see which kind of bias you have. And interestingly enough, this is a data set from the German credit scoring from Schufa. On the top side, we thought, okay, sex could be one of the features that suffers from bias. You see, depending on the metric, there is bias or there's very low. And then the other feature, which was surprisingly even more affected by bias, is age. So young people don't get or get much lower loans accepted than older people, and obviously because they don't have a history. So again, age is actually a bigger problem in this. Then you can choose the way you want to mitigate the bias. In this case, if we pick the first one, reweighting, which means the representation of young people asking for a loan is lower, because young people usually don't have money, so they don't ask for big loans. And older people ask for more loans. So the representation is already not balanced. You can do a reweighting in the data to try to put the balance again so that the algorithm doesn't learn that bias. So this is the example which shows here. And then after you do this mitigation, you see that the metrics have a different result, which means your model has learned to be less biased with the same data set than before mitigating it. Robustness is one of the other guidelines, and that it relates to, as an example, and maybe the most known one, adversarial attacks. You might have heard that the problem with autonomous driving, or one of the problems, one of the challenges, is that if someone in the street changes a sign just by sticking some sticker to it, the car might interpret a complete different sign. And that can cause accidents. And this is done on purpose. And if you do it on a picture, for example, you see here on the left side, it's a giant panda, and then you introduce an adversarial noise, which you can't see with your eyes. On the right side, it's still the same picture for us as humans, but then it changes the whole pixel distribution in that image, and then the model thinks it's something completely different. So this is what's also one of the parts. If we want to trust the AI, we need it to be robust. It cannot be that someone sticks a sticker on a sign and then the car thinks it's something completely different. So this is what we mean with robustness. Transparency is also one of the the things that I really like, which is also hard to explain, but this is why I have this example. You know this kind of science from all merchandise, actually, especially food, so nutrition products. And you have the nutrition facts, so you know what's inside, you know how much sugar, we usually look at the sugar content, or if you have any allergies, then you have a look at this. How nice would it be to have such a thing for an algorithm? You know what's inside, you know how it has been trained, who trained it maybe, and then you can decide if you want to use it or not. The good news is, it exists. We call it the AI model facts. Our research team developed fact sheets. And they summarize all the facts that you need to know about a model. And you see there, determine creditworthiness for loans under 5,000 euro. This is the example. You have some features that you need to know. You have the chief scientist, even the name in it, and the GDPR compliance officer, so that you know who to approach if you're not satisfied with the result. And then privacy, and my time is up, I see here. That's the last guideline. You also want to make sure that the data you are sharing with the company is being treated as trusted. You want it to be trusted, encrypted. You don't want to give too much data, so only just enough as the company needs, but not more. And you want it to be anonymized. So this is how we teach the robots to be inclusive. And the good news is it's possible. And maybe not only because I'm an engineer, but funnily enough, it is easier to teach a robot to be inclusive than to teach a human to be inclusive. So let's start with that, right? Thank you.
Kenza. Thank you so much, Kenza. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am so very glad that at the heart of engineering there is such a human word, trust. Kenza, I believe, is going to be around for another few minutes, so if you do have questions for her, feel free to approach her. I have many, many questions, but I also have hope, thanks to people like Kenza. Yeah, we have learned so far diversity matters, why it matters, how it affects our workspace today already and in the future with technology being integrated more and more. And I think it has become clear that the experiences and perspectives of people from different backgrounds contribute essentially to the success of organizations. Now, for our next panel, it's time to become active. Managers must understand how to make their company an attractive place for diverse employees, and they must also learn to recruit in a manner that they don't just replicate who they already have hired and replicate those biases, but actually attract more diverse talent. So, in concrete terms, which are the structures and processes that need to be updated in our everyday work lives, and especially in recruiting? Our guests for the next panel will talk about just that, how companies can and should do to bring true diversity into the workspace. Please welcome with me for the second panel of the night, the amazing panelists and our moderator for this panel, Daria Suvorova. Welcome, everyone. Enjoy this panel.
I will sit on the side so I can face you. Hello, everyone. So let's get started. Laura is joining us in a moment. Thank you so much. Lovely. So I will start slowly introducing our panelists of tonight. How's everyone doing? I like that they're smiling faces. That's great. So we have today, we have Alexandra. She's the head of diversity management at Ivy. Welcome to Alexandra. We have Sean. He's the co-founder and managing director of Impact Company, which is focusing on consulting companies on the topics of diversity and culture. And we have Niels on my right-hand side, who is a serial entrepreneur and co-founder of the social business Hilfswert that creates programs to activate for social impact. And we're joined by Laura Mensch, who is an editor-writer, and among many other activities and volunteering that she does, Laura also mentors people with disability and advises on this within the framework of the EUTB. Welcome, Laura, and welcome everyone else. So to kickstart this conversation, maybe we can have a little bit of a macro view on the topic of our panel today, which is diversity and how do we implement more diversity in the startup scene. And to kick this off, my question was, what is the current status of diversity in and hiring of diverse talents right now in the startup scene? Who would like to go first? Maybe Alexandra, I'm looking at you at the moment.
Yeah, I would love to speak to that because what Ivy does, just to give you a quick introduction, we create an objective hiring process through psychological aptitude diagnostics, which we gamified so it would be easy for everyone to use it. And some of you might know us from TV, actually. So we are used by wide numbers of companies right now and also in the startup scene. So I can say that the companies or the startups that use us are mostly those who are driven by a sustainable mission. Mm-hmm. So they want to not only make the world a better place when it comes to our carbon footprint, but also relating or when it comes to how we treat people. So I would say those startups make a true effort to create more diversity in their teams. But for the rest, I think we all know that we...
So the startups you're working with, you see the state is actually pretty good. So it's optimistic.
I am very optimistic when it comes to that.
Okay, yes. That's good to hear. Well, that's a good start of the panel. Sean, what are your thoughts on that? Because you're also advising companies from various sectors, so curious to hear from you.
Yeah, I think from personal experience in the startup world, I think there's a kind of a self-understanding of being pretty progressive and very diverse and inclusive. And I think that's not wrong. I do think there's a lot of focus on, international backgrounds, right? We often see this claim of how many people from different nationalities you have in the company, which is one completely legitimate dimension. But I think then sometimes it's important to make sure that we don't forget other dimensions that might not be as represented in the startup ecosystem.
We talked a couple of days, actually, and there's something you mentioned that you work not only with the startups, but you also work with companies or like theaters, you said, schools and other organizations. And it's very interesting because comparing to those industries and comparing to something outside of the startup scene, where do you see diversity being prioritized? Is it within more tech startup ecosystem or more those organizations in the other sectors?
Yeah, like you said, we work with typically with for-profit companies from startups to corporates, but we've also done some work with a school and cultural institutions. And I wouldn't say that one or the other prioritizes it more, but I think the smaller the organization, in my experience, typically they come to us with a more concrete problem or brief or project, and they want to work on one specific thing, while larger companies or corporates oftentimes want to, or are a bit more open, I think, to more of an exploration or a co-creation, or even kind of coming up with a program of what to do. And also, I think oftentimes the smaller companies focus a bit more on one dimension. Mm-hmm. For example, recently a lot of kind of approaches were about women in leadership, again, which is completely legitimate. and I think in larger companies, probably simply because there's more people there, I do feel like there's more focus on a broader intersectional understanding of diversity.
Good that you brought that up, because that's also the question to you, Niels and Laura. Do companies, because you also work with various companies and you mentioned quite a known tech startups and grown-ups, do they cover disability as part of their hiring strategy for diverse talents?
Not yet.
Okay.
So, just to introduce myself and two of my mentors here, we started a project called Inclupreneur, which is brings the issues of inclusion and entrepreneurship together, really to support startups to lighten the blind spot that they obviously have, because in the topic of diversity, the people with disabilities are often not covered. Mm-hmm. And we see that from our surveys that we do, that 80% of the startup companies here in Berlin say that diversity really is a key value. And if you are asking if they also employ people with disabilities, we only have 30% that do. And you have to know that by law, people with 20 or more employees have to have at least 5% of people with severe disabilities. So within the startup scene, we are way behind the average. That's unusual, because we are most of the time running up front and creating new methods and new ideas, not in that point.
Okay. There was also an interesting point that you mentioned. 3% of people are usually born with a disability, right? And actually 97% of people, they happen to get the disability through age, through their life, through an accident, so that happens throughout one's life. With that said, it's a very interesting statistic, and I don't know if we openly and often talk about this, but do you think companies and startups are ready to hire people with disabilities today? Is our economy ready to be inclusive towards that 97% of people who happen to get disability through their lives?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
So,
they are, but they're not hiring.
Well, it's like, it's not that they on a conscious level avoid it, they just don't know about it. So they don't see the relevance yet. And this is what our program really is all about, to activate the startup companies for that issue. Mm-hmm. Because we have 3 million people with severe disabilities that are part of the workforce. But unemployment rate is twice as high as compared to the average. So for us, it's hard in the first place to get to the right people who are able to decide within the companies. But if we get to them and they listen to us, they say, wow, okay, we are sorry that we haven't done anything yet, but we will do it from now on. Mm-hmm. So there is a willingness and an openness for that issue, but it takes some time. It's not easy, and it's a cultural change that you need to go through.
Yes, I was actually asking that if you could introduce and also explain how do you work together with the mentors, and how do they advise the people with disabilities, and what is Laura's role? And
first, Niels, I would like to add something. You forgot that most startups, nearly all of them, are doing a big mistake. Before they know about the option that people with disability can work normal as their other employees with them, they believe to be inclusive if they give an order to a workshop for disabled people, in German Werkstatt für Menschen mit Behinderung. These institutions are not what the startups think. These institutions are the opposite of inclusion, exclusion. Often the startups do not know, but if they know and maybe they shout it out to get a better image, it's abled washing, and that's a big problem. Mm-hmm. And now to your question to me, my role for Inclupreneur is that I'm really a person existing with disability or living with disability, and I speak with the startup persons about the, inclusion on another level. Often people without disability are speaking about disability, but it's another perspective if a person with disability are speaking directly about their own experience. And there are some more perspectives where I can give, and I think you too. Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, hello.
My name is Marcus, and
thank you for joining us, Marcus.
I'm also invited to share my experience, and I was interrupting, or I was lifting my arm because I want to say something to your question. If I understood you right, are the companies ready to employ these 95, 97%, or is the society
right? Yes,
ready
that was my question.
Do this? And I think this is not a financial question. It's a question of awareness, or of a social awareness, of open eyes, because it's not a question of money. Because
correct, yes.
Many people with a disability can work as well as a healthy person, and they work much more with much more consequence, and they don't stay home when they're sick, because they're so happy that they can work, because it's so important to be part of the working society. It is the fate of people, of us, to be excluded. This is what's happening, and this is what you see when you walk around in the street. You see people with a wheelchair, but they're not part of the society. So the experience of other people with disabilities, they always say, everything is hard, I can't do this, I can't. There's the accessibility of things is so reduced, and it's super hard, and I'm being excluded. And the answer for what I think, it's an idea for this answer, that there's, if you ask people, do you want to employ people who have a disability, and they say, sure, and I believe they do, but it doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen, and I think it's because there's a unconscious shyness, an unconscious shying away from traveling, doing the extra step, to doing the extra effort to really do it, because so many things fail. There's so many laws that help to employ people, like there's so many financial advantages if you employ one. Like you have to pay so much less. You can hire people and you don't have to pay wages. It's the state that pays the wages for a year or two. I don't know. I forget the details of those things. But it's not being used. So it's not a financial question.
Absolutely. It's a question of not shining away, as you said, and inviting people into the economy. But that's also the question that I have to, I'm sorry to interrupt, to Alexandra and Sean. How can we hire for diversity, and how can we make this happen, that the companies do not shy away from hiring people with different backgrounds and also with disabilities? What can be done?
Excuse me. I want to share one experience.
Okay.
I was going to we were invited a friend of mine who's also handicapped. He's visually impaired. We were invited there. We traveled there. We didn't find the company. We didn't find the spot. It was in the backyard, somewhere in the factory area. Then we found the sign. We found the place. It was very difficult with a wheelchair, and there was no elevator. And when a company invites people with disabilities, I think it would be a good idea to really
think this
get
through
us and make a meeting and meet people and say hello and not just say yes we did, we invited them, but and then
the small things they fail, the steps
and really not just expect us to say we need this, but approach us and say hello, what can I do that you can find the way? What can I do for you? So we can just start to talk. And
that's very important. It's the first step.
It's basically it's a question of manners.
Absolutely.
Almost, yeah. And this is more than just shying away unconsciously, but it's really bad manners. And
Alexandra.
So this is too negative. I'm being very negative right now, but that's what I believe. That would help to be to see an extra effort that people come and make it happen. And because very often it's said, yes, we could do, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work because.
Absolutely, but we hold that thought because I wanted also to touch more.
Thank
I
you
wanted to touch more onto that topic, but also I wanted to just start with how do we solve that and what, because Alexandra's and Sean's companies are solving for this. So I'm curious to understand, or they're advising and solving for this. So I'm curious to understand what you have been maybe working already in terms of that hiring.
Maybe to add to your perspective, because what we do is also we take this approach that we should lift the burden off of people that are already marginalized and make it, easier for companies to also see who they are and see what the strengths they have. And the problem we have nowadays is that what do you hand in if you apply for a job? You hand in your CV, maybe your grades, some motivational letter, whatever, but things that can very easily make you not be hired or even selected. So first thing that we do is with Ivy, you play game-based assessments, but they show your personality, your individual strengths, your potential, your talents, and that makes everyone very equal. Because, as you said, we often shy away, maybe even from hiring someone or inviting them to a first interview because maybe we can't pronounce their name, or we don't think that they have what it takes because their grades aren't high enough, or we don't know anyone from the same religion as they belong to. So with our tool, actually, we help companies to see who fits the job, who has the qualifications, which that is one of the favorite arguments out there against the quota, for example, that you don't want to be hired just because of your gender, and you want to be hired for your qualification. But if we're all honest here, there is a quota already, and it's just happening based on privilege. So now we try and make visible what everyone can bring to the table so that we have a more equal process.
You also mentioned, Alexandra, that you see that often companies hire for best cultural fit, and it can be good for the teams, because if there's a cultural fit, they're very productive, there's a likeness to each other, but you've mentioned that this is not objective. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So cultural fit in startups is a huge buzzword, right? We hear it all the time, and it can actually be this argument why you don't want to hire or why you're firing someone who doesn't fit in the team. So maybe someone who disagrees often, who just in general doesn't challenges the status quo. And here you have to be really, really careful if you're just firing them because they're being uncomfortable and challenging you to be better and to make a better product or to get better processes done, or if they really are like a bad apple and are bringing everybody down. So we've created an assessment as well based on cultural fit models from science so that we can be objective about it and really look at what is the working atmosphere that you need, what is the collaboration form that you need to thrive, instead of, we're all doing this sports on Friday, and if you can't participate, then you're not a cultural fit.
That would be very unfortunate, after all. Sean, maybe over to you. What I was curious to ask you is, why should companies maybe invest time and money now that we see, maybe in a topic a little bit of the economic downturn, we see a lot of budgets being cut on marketing groups in the companies do not have budgets to invest. We see other budgets being minimized. And diversity in such topic as trying to challenge the status quo, trying to hire for disabled, for people for disabilities and diversities, but this is being put on the background because that doesn't become the focus of the companies these days. How do you see this topic, and why do you think, nonetheless, despite the economic downturn, the companies should still prioritize hiring for diversity?
Yeah,
it's a tough one for you.
Yeah, but I'll try. So, from a very business-driven perspective that we do our work in the world we live in, I think the speaker before said it, we live in a diverse world. The question is, how inclusive are we, and do we create smaller spaces, be it physical or virtual, where we exclude others? And there's more and more studies coming out, mostly from English-speaking countries, but they're just as valid here, that show that organizations that are more diverse and especially more inclusive perform better. And there's very, very pragmatic, objective data, for example, retention rates. So people who feel more included stay longer. And one of the most expensive things, especially for startups, is hiring, recruiting, headhunting. This is super expensive. And if people stay longer, this is a huge advantage, right? And the same goes for problem solving, innovation, creativity. If you have different perspectives, you can address your market, right? If you do marketing campaigns, but everyone in your company is a statistical twin, the way you just described it, then how can you address specific target audiences, right? So different perspectives, be it from whatever dimension, make your organization perform better. And it's also important to say that a more diverse team will need more effort or resources in management, in physical space design, whatever it is. But we believe, or I and my partner believe, that the investment is absolutely worth it because your performance will be much better, but you have to have a bit of a long-term mindset, right? So this quick fix, I do some sort of internal referral program, and I bring in my best friend from the same university of the same gender that I play sports with. It'll just create a bunch of statistical twins, right? But when it comes to something that we have to be a creative problem-solving situation, then you lack perspective. So I think having a long-term mindset and understanding that it's an investment, but it's absolutely essential, the same way we focus on digitalization or ecological sustainability, diversity and inclusion are a business must-have.
Now just reverting back to the topic of disability, Niels, I wanted to ask you, how can actually startups, because that's what we just heard earlier about shining away from hiring people with disabilities, how can startups actually reach and target and become attractive for people with disabilities? What should they do? What actions should they take?
It's also a tough one.
I like tough questions.
Yeah. When I think Markus and Laura can add something afterwards. But when I talk to people with disabilities, then I often hear that they need to write a lot more applications to get the first invitation to an interview, and because they have these experiences and they are frustrated, they sometimes just quit and don't try anymore. Or what they do is that they hide their status of disability and they hide a part of their personality. And this is why a lot of companies say, we never got an application from someone with a disability. Yeah, okay, and you haven't seen it because not every disability is visible, or the people are just not feeling comfortable with your company stating it, but hiding themselves, that part of their personality. So it's a communication issue, first of all, how you appear as a company. So what kind of pictures do you have on your website? Are there these clone people that Sean just said, that everyone looks the same? Are there even stock pics, or is it really a diverse team? Is it friendly people? Is it real? And what is your statement about diversity and inclusion on your vision page? So as a company, you have to do a little more effort, like Sean stated, to attract those people and really to get them out of their negative experiences that they suffered. And so this is also why we started Inclupreneur, because it's kind of a seal, so that every disabled people know, if I apply at one of those Inclupreneur companies, they take me serious. They really want me. They want to be diverse, and they also want. They are prepared to hire disabled people.
What are some of the companies you work with?
Yeah, we have right now big companies like HelloFresh, Idealo. We have Kfz-Teile24, but also social startups like Ecosia, Einhorn. So it's a wide range, really, of companies, starting from startups with a few people, and the biggest one is probably right now Fröbel, who is not a startup anymore. But we said, okay, we'll try it with established businesses as well, and they are the biggest provider of kindergartens or.
But to work with you, they have to sign some kind of pledge.
Yes.
How come?
Yeah. Well, they don't have to pay, so we have to have some criteria to decide if they are serious about what they are doing. So we developed the idea of the Inclupreneur Pledge, which is that they sign a statement, okay, and then also they have to pledge a number of new jobs that they want to create within the next 2 years for people with disabilities. So right now we have 35 companies around here in Berlin, and they pledged around to create around 200 jobs in the next years.
Impressive, wow.
So, and right now we have a system of cohorts, so we always work with 10 to 15 companies for 9 months, and the third cohort will start in December, and if one of you want to join, we have 5 places left for the third cohort.
Yeah.
So with the companies that we work with, so far we are around 50 jobs that have been created, but we just made it to really set it up with 15 people successfully right now. So there's a lot of vacancies still, and there's also a problem because a lot of many companies, they really need the people for a specific job, and they cannot leave it open for years to wait for the perfect disabled person to come. So right now we are really working on different side projects to make the startup scene more attractive for people with disabilities, and like Laura said before, the existing system of Agentur für Arbeit and Inklusionsamt, this is like when startups hear that, they don't really want to deal with them. So
actually, a quick question, Laura, to you. Why did you decide to take such a proactive role and mentor and coach other people with disabilities? What drives you?
Yeah, I don't know how it came, because I'm one of the first mentors of Inclupreneur, and my brain is so, yes, I remain the crucial things of my life. So it's not the part how I came to entrepreneur, but I'm doing entrepreneur as a freelancer in addition to my main job as peer counselor. Because I'm not only a peer counselor, I'm also a freelance activist and speaker. And yeah, it's an important thing that people with disability get better chances to get a work. And in my personal history, it lasts nearly 1 year after my apprenticeship as a TV anchor woman. About 200 applications and approximately 50 job interviews until I get one job.
Wow.
So after my A-level, it was the only question how I can get an anchor woman, because there is not very much anchor woman with a disability at Tagesschau or at ZDF Heute Nachrichten. And I started this apprenticeship and I don't get a traineeship. So I couldn't finish it. And why? I got all of the other students there got traineeships. I'm not, because it's not time for a very disabled person with disability at Tagesschau. So I had to search, and how long it lasts, you know. And yeah, it was not my dream to be a peer counselor, but now it's my job and it's good.
Laura, what is some of the feedback that you hear from others?
Feedback is a difficult thing, because the persons came to us in our office and mostly they talk about their problems and their situation, but after we tell them what they have for options, they don't come back and tell us if they got work or if they solved their problems. So often I don't know what it's with these persons. There are only a few persons came more than 3 or 4 times, and these persons have problems they last a long time to solve. Because we talked about Agentur für Arbeit. It's a problem for much persons with disabilities. Here in Berlin, it's okay. There is a good Reha-Abteilung, it calls, but there are our advising is huge. It's about completely Germany sometimes, and you don't want to hear some stories. Believe me.
Oh my! But thank you for sharing this. And if we would like to you would like to take some time of remaining time of our panel, is to look ahead and kind of plan for a brighter future, more inclusive future. And my question would be to you, Sean, actually, because this is also a question that we discussed, and I thought it's very interesting because it's a very proactive approach. And specifically, why should privileged people within organization care and not be scared about being replaced necessary? And why should it be part of their purpose? And on top of that, how can this be part of their purpose if they want to actually be proactive and well-mannered, right? We spoke about that.
Yeah, so again, from a business or consulting standpoint, I brought this topic up because I think it's really important that when we go into organizations and we do, trainings or consulting projects, or even structural projects, is that we always educate or create awareness within these companies as to why this is happening, what is happening. Like if you collect data, why are you doing this? What are you doing with this data? Because even though privileged people in this situation should not, necessarily be the focus of this work, I do think if you look at systems and structures and power dynamics, it is important that a large part of this group helps along, because if you have some sort of kind of resistance from the privileged majority in this company or organization, it will be really, really hard to get any systemic or structural changes done. So I think it's really important to bring the privileged people in this situation. Again, of course, privilege is dynamic, right? In a certain situation, you can be privileged. In another one, you might be marginalized. But it's important to bring them along because it's there are certain fears that we encounter, you know, that you might be replaced and that you might get fired tomorrow and replaced by a marginalized person. But it's really important to explain to them these are structural changes. You know, employee turnover takes years and decades, and all we want to do is, over a longer period of time, dismantle the unfair or unequitable structures that exist that created the company the way it's now, and also that this company will perform better if it does this. And that means also you or me as a privileged person in this case, my job will be more secure, my bonus will be higher, our company will be more successful if we are more diverse and more inclusive because of all the things we've said before. So again, while the focus should be on people and structures that are marginalized in this situation, I think it is important to also not forget to bring along the other people in order to be the most effective.
Effective and successful. Alexander, what are your thoughts? What have you seen in terms of new implementations for startups that can drive those changes? And if we also talk about very early stage startups where we have a small team, a couple of founders, and they're trying to set the culture for success, what should they account for to make sure that the culture drives that diversity inclusion as it grows?
So it's actually interesting where we could come into play, because just as a general, our solution is very adaptable. We've made everything possible so that everyone can use it. But from my experience, we often come in when growth is happening. So when people know, okay, now we've closed an investment round, we know that we're going to grow fast and we're going to hire a lot of people. And when there's so much speed in hiring, you obviously hire a lot of people that are not the perfect fit. So there you tend to, unconscious bias tends to hit because you feel a lot of risk and you want to be sure of who you're hiring, so you go with the safe choice. And the safe choice is the person that you feel comfortable with, maybe because you like the same soccer team or you come from the same, hometown. And a lot of young people in startups are actually aware of this, thankfully, and then they look for solutions. So that's where we often start our journey with those startups. For very small startups, what I still see is that we do a lot of network hiring. So if you start out after the founding, you're like, okay, so who can we really trust? Who can we really have with us for this journey? And then you look around and you might end up with, a core team from the same university. With this, they all studied the same subject. They may be, all of the boxes, they're just essentially the same person. And as you said, that's not just something that's really a privilege, but also you're not doing yourself a favor, because you're just creating a product that serves your standpoint, your viewpoint, people who are like you, so you're missing out on a huge opportunity in the market as well.
Interesting point. Niels, over to you, actually. And the question I had in mind is that today the topic of sustainability is very crucial, right? A lot of companies talk about how to be sustainable from the business perspective, from how they operate, and yet the social impact is sometimes still not part of the agenda. When you're advising the companies and trying to kind of emphasize on the social impact that they can create, why and how can they create that social impact, and why should they prioritize it as much as sustainability, making it maybe really a topic of the discussions these days, potentially overgrowing the sustainability as the key driving topic these days?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So when you introduced myself, I'm co-founder of the Hilfswerft, and we as a company try really to support founders and companies developing impact models besides business models, because I personally believe that in the long-term perspective we will only have companies left that also that have both within one organization. So and
so you mean, by both you mean
impact model and business model. So you need a model that creates money, this is a business model, and you need a model that creates impact, and impact can be for the society, can be for the environment, and can be for various reasons. Look at the SDGs of the UN, you see the different dimensions. So, and it is easier if you're a startup to think about creating an additional impact model. But if you are already an existing organization and you produce, I don't know, glasses or so, it's not that easy to create an additional impact model. So the question is, what measures can you take to create small impact models within your company? And like Alexandra and Sean stated, and also what we do is, if you give people a chance to or an environment where they can, with their experience and their competence, create something create value for your company that couldn't do it because of various barriers that are existing. This is a small impact model that you have for the social impact. And the thing is that all the companies just focus on their ecological impact the last years, and with all the gas and energy crisis that we have right now, the focus is even more. But there's still this the whole workforce and the whole culture within the way that you create whatever you are producing also is a lever for impact, and everybody should be aware that they can do a lot of different things a lot better. Absolutely. So and this is, and the inclusion and diversities is, I guess, if you come from that perspective, there's some additional budgets that you might get for projects, and so this is always a question
of how you pitch, right?
Yeah, well,
at
sure.
the end of the day, right?
Yeah, depending on who you're talking to. Yeah, because well, they're all different. I mean, we don't even need money from the companies right now, but still, we need to convince them, because they give us some of their valuable time. So
absolutely,
and this is something, and I guess impact creates purpose, purpose creates employer branding creates new potential for new talents. So absolutely, this is the way to go.
Markus, over to you. If you would give advice to a company, a startup, in terms of being more inclusive, open to people with disabilities, what would be your advice? What you would like to tell them that they should consider when they plan for future hiring?
I think the issue is a profound lack of a social morality, maybe that's the word, like a moral approach to life and to work, to everybody's work. So if everybody would try to be a hero, for his own job and improve things and shine, so that the other people in the company say, wow, yes, this person is, I admire her, and I love him. He's so nice in doing this little thing there, which is like nothing or not important or nobody cares. But yes, everybody cares. You can love every detail of your life and of your work. So it's an attitude I think which lacks in the whole society. People don't try to shine. My daughter is 14. She has diabetes. She has rheumatism. She's having a very hard time, and she says in her school, she said, "No." I overheard a conversation. She says, "No, I'm an upright person. Ich bin eine aufrechte Person." She told about herself. And it's like, wow, yeah. So everybody has their things, their stories, their problems, their hardships, their difficulties, and we all have to work to get around, to get up in the morning and make ends meet and make not fight with the people we live with. But more than that, just enjoy and find joy in what we do. And if startup companies would develop something in that direction, that life should be fun, and that work should be fun, and then it would win credibility. That we say, yeah, we want to invite people with a disability, but it doesn't seem like it. So, but if this morality would shine in the companies, that everybody would want to work there, and even people with a disability would take the courage and like, oh, I would so much wish to be part of a company, and they start to talk to them and they say, yeah, sure, we make it happen. So
Very interesting point.
Would be a dream. That's a dream, yeah.
That's a dream. I really appreciate your input. It's like refreshing lightning in the middle of the bright sky, but very important input. I appreciate it. Laura, over to you. What you would, if you could sit in front of the companies right now and tell them something that they should consider going forward, you know, this is it, this is the moment, what would you say?
Often I say accessibility is individual, because you have offices, maybe with stairs, but are the stairs a problem why you can't get an employee with disability? No, because there are persons with disability, they can walk over stairs. You have to find the person with the right disability for your company, because you need to, or you can be individual accessible. So maybe you get a person that is blind. You can say, hey, let us get screen readers, so you can work with our computers and maybe program some programs. Or maybe you can do it like the Charité. They have a hearless person working in their warehouse, and why it should not work, because it works. And stairs are often a problem for me, but not for some other persons with other disabilities. And if you have an office maybe without stairs, then you can get a person sitting in a wheelchair, but it's diverse. Disability is diverse.
Disability is diverse. That's also a key takeaway. Maybe the last question from my side is, we've talked already about people who do have access and interest in searching for jobs. We talked about people using the regular platforms for hiring. And again, there are many people out there that are not aware of platforms such as LinkedIn, are not aware of platforms like Stepstone and others. And this is also the topic of diversity inclusion. How do you target and promote those roles that we have in the startup scene to people who do not necessarily are within this bubble of startup and hiring process? How can we tap on, kind of go in a layer further and make sure that they also have the chance to apply and be part of the startup ecosystem? This is a question into the round. So who's bold to take this one?
I could go. So also adding to what you said earlier, if you always have a very homogeneous group that applies to your open jobs, then you're only reaching this group. That doesn't mean that there are no people out there who have the qualifications, who are from other groups in society. It just means that you don't reach them where they are. And there are beautiful startups out there as well who will consult you on this for BIPOC people, for example, for Inclupreneur, who do a really great job at that. And just take a very critical look at your overall hiring process. What does your employer brand look like? We've talked about this a lot. But also, do we really need this long list of job requirements in our job ad? Because there are so many studies that show that people who have experienced some sort of discrimination throughout their lives, they will not apply if they don't meet 100% of the criteria. So obviously, people who have had a smooth ride until then will apply, and you will maybe just hire them because you don't feel like you could get better candidates for this job. So make sure that you are open, that you communicate it as well. For example, in our own job ads, I always have like 4 points max, and then I put like something like, and we're open for individuality, and as long as your strengths fit our mission, then you're more than welcome, and feel free to just apply if you don't feel like you have everything that we've described here. And let's be honest, in startups, we never know what we're going to need in a few months' time. So you better have someone in your team who is 100% in on your mission and is just a great fit overall and has strengths that you don't already have in the team than just someone who fits the criteria for this point in time. And yeah, just in general with diversity, if I may add, just dare to start. Go ahead, take the first steps, make it imperfect, be vulnerable, be open, have an open culture when it comes to making mistakes. Just in general, that's very helpful in startups. Fail fast, fail often, talk about it, and just dare to start somewhere. And maybe best practice from what we did at Ivy, my title is Head of Diversity Management. I am C-level, so we are a 10-person startup right now. We've started out with having this as a priority. So we look at it internally and externally to make sure that we grow sustainably.
That's amazing. And don't we all agree that with the crazy startup situation, sometimes you never know who you need at what time. As long as the person is passionate and they have this burning passion, we're good to go, because you never know what next week brings. Anyone else wants to answer that challenging question?
Can I?
Go ahead, Sean.
I would like to add a few things. I think maybe from like a high level to detail level, I think first of all, if you take this serious as a company, then allocate resources to this. It doesn't have to be money. In most cases, it's money, but it can be time, it can be creating a role, it can be getting external help, whatever it is. There's experts out there that know what things that you don't know. And if you take this serious, then create resources to go at this. There's tons of platforms, smaller ones that have where you can recruit from specific diversity dimensions. If the big ones, LinkedIn and Indeed, are not doing it for you, then there's a lot of platforms out there. You just have to know where to find them. But maybe you, as the HR manager, don't know this, but then bring in people who do and take it seriously. Then I think once it comes down to like the job descriptions, as you said, more and more companies are explicitly writing into these job descriptions. We encourage people from marginalized backgrounds, etc., to make it clear that if you've had 50 no's, don't be afraid to apply to this one. And in Germany, this is super tricky legally, but there are ways to do this. And then I think really important, create equitable hiring solutions. So maybe don't, before you hire, define, we're going to pay them exactly this. They have to work exactly 40 hours. They have to be in this office. Maybe try to find something that works for someone who is a single parent, then they can work in the evenings. It doesn't matter. Or if you say this one role, you don't have to say for this specific role we need a person with a disability. Maybe you say next year we're hiring 100 people, and we're going to try to so many of all of these should have a disability. You don't have to say this one specific role has to be from this and that dimension. So be a bit creative, but also bring in expertise.
Expertise, right? You cannot solve it all alone. That's a great input.
So I use it to make a small commercial for our upcoming workshop. Right after this session, Markus, Laura, and I will talk about or will dive deeply into the issue of disability awareness, because disability awareness is the basis of disability inclusion, disability hirings, disability recruiting. So you need, in the first space, be aware of the topic. You need to understand the group that you're targeting before you address them. And you need to go where they are. So what we do right now a lot, and which is quite successful, is that there's these institutions, I don't know the English term, in German it's Berufsbildungswerke. You probably heard of them. So these are institutions, schools, where people with diverse disabilities do apprenticeships in all different sectors, like whatever there's out there. So and they produce a lot of good talent, and there's always a chance to get in contact with those people and give them the chance to start their work life at your company. So and then what Alexandra just stated, there's this term within the inclusion discussion called job crafting, which means that you create the job according to the competences of the person that you want to hire. So, and this is what companies need to be willing for. So, if you just look at your tableau of different positions, sometimes the people just don't fit in there, and that is for most of the time the reason why they don't apply. So, but if you can make an honest statement that you are really open for people and that you're willing to change the structure of your workforce to make it fit, you will have a lot of higher chances to get the people you need.
Great input. Any more thoughts on this?
I have one more, but do you want?
Yeah, I was just to add to that what Neil said. It's like having a choice of different jobs, of different work to do, and to tell people to apply, and we find a job. We found a place. We will find a place for you in our company.
Yes.
Where your talents, what you can do, you can apply that. You will be happy, and you will serve the company. And we will. I thought it was job carving, not crafting. Niels.
This is an expert discussion that we will carry on later.
I see. So there's more to come. More to come.
So to create to find a good place and create the job that
absolutely
place.
And be vocal about it.
I would also just, the one message I always want to get rid is that I think it's really important, especially for startups, to understand the difference between individual diversity and systemic or structural diversity and discrimination. I think the example you said about the building with no elevator is a really good example. It's really important that the people in this company are the heroes that you described and they individually want to do the right thing, but it's also important that this building has an elevator. It doesn't matter how great the person in this building is if there's no elevator. So there's also a systemic level that we often forget. Especially I think companies, they want to do a one-time training on an individual level, right? But then and they think, check, diversity done. And this is not how it works. You also have to create structures and systems that work.
Absolutely, it's getting even juicier and juicier. But I think, Alexandra, you want to jump in, but we have to wrap up. Keep that thought, we take this afterwards, but I would like to thank every single of you, Marcus, Laura, Alexandra, Sean, Niels, thank you so much for your time today, for sharing your perspectives on the topic. I think this conversation requires way more attention than we used to, and we saw how many faces of diversity is out there, and even that there are many sides and depths of also disability and diversity within the disability, and I think this is the key takeaway here and lots of food for thought. So make sure to talk to these experts after the panel and ask more questions. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daria.
Hi, thank you so much to all of our panelists. I think we're going to do some shifting and turning, help everyone off stage. I think we're all good. Thank you so much, Daria. If you want to learn more about the topic, especially more from Niels Dreyer and his Inclupreneur activities, I would strongly, strongly advise you to visit his workshop starting right now on the 2nd floor in the room Bratislava. It is titled Disability Recruiting Needs Disability Awareness. So if you have any questions, if you're interested in the topic, go see his workshop. Otherwise, I would suggest we come to the next topic. Feminine economy. I can't wait to learn what's behind this, what seemingly feels like a buzzword. And it raises the question, what is the connection between feminine economy and the success of organizations? Here on stage to present is a serial entrepreneur. She's a mentor and investor herself, Mali Baum. She is a key change maker in the Berlin startup scene and founded one of the biggest and most significant investor networks for startups, VCs, and corporations supporting female founders and diverse teams. It is called W Launch, and I'm sure she's going to tell you all about it. Please can I have a round of applause for Mali Baum.
Hello, everyone. Because I know there are also super interesting workshops around, I hope people will come to listen to it, because this is definitely not a topic for women. So all the time we're talking about how we can promote women, what we can do for seeing more women into higher position, into taking decision position in politician, in corporates like Deutsche Telekom, or others, in venture capitals, and definitely in startups. So what I want to say today is, please raise your hand if you ever heard about circulate economy. Perfect. Raise your hand if you ever heard about W Launch. Okay. So what I want to say is, when I started, I was 26. Today, I'm almost 20 years more. Yeah, we don't talk about this, but it is what it is. And I am a serial entrepreneur. I built 7 companies until today. And when I was 26 and I started, I wish someone told me, Mali, you cannot be as success as you want to be if you don't have the right people around you. If you don't have the network, if you don't have the community, if you don't have role models, if you cannot call someone and say, hey, can you connect me to this investor? And I heard someone speaking on stage, can you connect me with her? If you don't have inspiration. So this is, of course, not touching women. It's not touching gender at all, but it's touching circulate economy. What does it mean? My big dream, or my biggest dream, was to make an impact. So my first company was production for educational toys for kids. The main market was the US, production in China. I really worked all over the world. But when I came to Germany, and let's talk about Germany, I felt a desert. 20 years behind of what I saw. You know, I was born and raised in Tel Aviv, although the family originally from Germany. I didn't see the drive and the hustler and the fight to really dream big and to fulfill your dreams. So what can I do with it? By being a mother and raise my kids here and to say this is the best place, because been there, done that, this is heaven for entrepreneurship. You have the public sector support, you have the best universities, you have all the infrastructure, the industry players. You know, when I needed to find a good factory, when I needed to find customers, it was automatically 12 hours flight, either to the US, either to China. Here, it's so easy. In 40 minutes, I'm meeting everyone. The market is here, and this is something that you don't see if you are from here. Coming back to the concept of circular economy, imagine a supply chain of factories, and you have 10 factories. One factory is producing something, and then he has a leftovers. Imagine the other one actually need to buy the leftovers as a raw materials. And then he has the leftovers, but the leftovers fulfill the other one, and the other one, and the other one. This is what we call circular economy. And this is exactly what we've created: women for women, guys for women, corporates for women, universities for women, venture capitals for women. And the idea is we are not talking about this as a social problem, which is a social problem. We're talking about this or addressing it as a business movement. Because imagine 51% of the population are not really fulfilling their dreams, are not really a workforce. What are we doing here exactly? We are missing super talented women, educated, brilliant, beautiful. They just don't fulfill their dreams. So coming back to the factories idea that I gave you, imagine one lady working in corporates. And the corporates, they need innovation. They need access to the entrepreneurial mindset. And this is what we're doing with corporates. We even develop a leadership program. We open our network for them to hire talents, to get more women in tech, more women in higher position. All of it coming from the network. And then the lady from the corporates get a great access. And every time I'm saying ladies, it's also guys, yes? I'm just calling them good guys, because those good guys have a good values, and they are exactly like women in their mindset. So we are partnering only with good guys, and here there is Cem, is a good guy. So this is why we're really, really feeling like a family and like a mission here together. And then imagine these women from the corporates. She got tons of support, tons of inspiration, tons of innovation. Immediately she got promoted. She becoming a superstar, and we see it, and we're doing it inside corporate. Then let's move on to venture capitals. They're holding capital, they can get access to more money for the startup to grow. No startup can grow without money, we know that. And all of it, it's circulate economy, but it's very much business oriented. You need something, but you buy it. And we build a win-win situation for everyone, from students, from schools, from higher level, from politicians. Everyone needs this network and inspiration to grow and to build themselves. And this is where I'm talking about when it comes to feminine economy. It's not about a woman, it's about a mindset. And raise your hand, and this is a challenge. If you know one woman all over the globe, you know, I'm working with women in Africa, in China, Silicon Valley, New York, Tel Aviv, you name it, Singapore. Show me one woman that built company, took the risk, took the courage, fundraised, made their own product, that it was not for impact someone or for doing something good for others. If you know one lady like this, raise your hand. No one. This is something that it's, I would say, coming from culture, but it's something that it's part of us. And when we are talking about female founder, female investor, when women investing in startup, when I'm investing in startup, we are not thinking about the money only. That's not the big value. The value is to nurture them. And I can tell you that 3 weeks ago, we did an amazing exit. They will be here as well, and they will be also in the Tech Award Gala on Saturday. It was super fast exit. 2 women, 2 guys, super young, after university, just because of one reason: mindset, guidance, access, communication, introductions, 2 years, green tech product. They sold the company for several millions, and if they want, they will say the number. So this is what I'm talking about, circulate economy, and this is mainly the mindset. And I want to tell you something else. Just because I can allow myself, I was not born and raised here, but my kids are definitely here, and also the family. But I do have the global overview. And when we see the global overview, Germany is so behind, Europe is so behind, and we see it, for example, when I'm a jury in the Horizon 2020 on the EIC, we see it. It's totally different mindset. People are taking less risk, but on the same time, when we talk with founders, I need 300K to do X, Y, Z. You know, when I was in Tel Aviv and I needed to fundraise to my own company, we always went 10X, because maximum you will end it up in the middle. So you always need to overachieve or challenge yourself, because that's the idea. And what eventually we want to see? More success stories made in Germany, absolutely by diverse team, by more women. So I know I can speak about this forever, but I want to give you a lot of tips, so at least you will say, I heard that there, and tomorrow in your desk you will use it. And I would like, first of all, to invite you to any activity that can give you growth, that give you access. This is the most important thing for your personal growth, but also for your professional growth. And whatever industry you are. The other thing that I want to talk, and again, coming back to the topic, feminine economy. Imagine a network of 25K people. Online, offline, doesn't matter. Corona just made a good thing for us, you know. We can reach out each other very fast, or even closing deal without even meeting, which was not before. Traveling less, thinking very well if it's worth it and why we should do it. So it's actually doing good. So I can tell you, for example, my focus investing is like impact investment, because you have to do good on top of raising something. You have to think about, okay, I'm going to do a lot of money, but on the same time, what I'm doing to impact in a good way other people's lives, something that I will leave behind me. That's the mindset. And feminine economy is coming from values. And what are the values? The values is, number one, partnership. You cannot grow without partners. You cannot grow without the right people around you, that you wake up every day, you open the computer, you're coming to the office, and they say, we are doing this together. We're motivating each other, and you always, always give, and then you receive. Don't play this hard to get, because you will lose it. And you know what? Even if you give and you never receive, and you can tell yourself, Mali told me, because I challenge myself a lot of times, karma is coming back. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to come from the same person. So you do something, you build relationship, you build partnership, and you will see magics will come. Suddenly, someone will reach out to you. The right investors will come. The right collaboration, the right proof of concept, they will come. So when we talk about feminine economy, we talk about values of partnership. We talk about values of sharing. We're talking about value of impact. We talk about values of no ego, which is very important, and I'm saying this out loud, because in Germany, even between women, two women, there's more ego than in other places. Working in New York for 8 years and building the same things that I'm doing here, it's totally different energy. It's totally different wave of support. And this is something that we need to see more and more in Germany for ourselves, for the guys, for the corporates, for the economy. Coming back to the values, how many of you really, really dreaming, and it's not bad or good, yes, but how many of you really dreaming of building their own company or already doing this? Great. Which means, do you feel that you have the right mindset? Do you feel that you have the right energy every day to drive it yourself? I mean, ask yourself. I'm asking myself every day, you know. I learned just how to do it. And you know how I'm doing this? My team, my partner, my project, things that I'm saying no, 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 no to, things that I'm saying yes, 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 yes to, things that you know that will bring you very good energy, and this drive other things and other things. And some of you in the audience I know very well, and I think they know me as well very well, and they know the process of W Launch and the fund and everything. Some things are super fast, some things are absolutely slower, but it's most important things that you have the right people around you. And before I'm finishing, because I also want to ask to have at least one or two questions if you are not shy to stand up and ask a question. It's think about the people that you're hiring or bringing as a co-founder into your company. Definitely also as corporates, but definitely as a startup. So we always tell to the startup, think very well. Co-founders, investors, definitely co-workers with you, because this will take you super fast ahead. And investors and founders, it's like marriage. You go with it all the way and you fight with it together. And this is coming from the mindset. This is coming of wake up every day and understand what is your goal. What is the impact? And why the hell the world really need your product? Or is it just nice to have? You know, there's a lot of startups they like to call themselves, I'm a CEO of startup for 2 years, and nothing happened. I mean, let's face it, we see it, because it's very comfortable. Okay, we live in Europe, you have a lot of public sector, we see there, and we will see it here on the 8th, a lot of stipendium program, and on the same time, challenge yourself. My product is really needed. What is really the uniqueness of the product? So because I have 1.5 minutes, I want to hear at least one or two questions. Who is bold enough to raise his hand and ask me a question? Yes, please. Okay, so you're asking me how to enhance it as a startup, because you probably feel very weak and very small, and what can we do? We don't have the budget. But what is needed to do it? You need the right mindset. You need to understand, okay, how I'm building the team? Who are the people in my team? This is the first thing. How we really encourage and support and nurture each other in the team. Second, if you're working on your proof of concept, what companies are you addressing first? If you're going to investors, why this investor and the other investors know? It's coming to a decision, and a very strong founders, as I'm always saying, becoming the magnet to the investors and not vice versa. Because if you're very strong founders and you have a strong team and you have your values, investors will have the FOMO, fear of missing out, to jump and to work with you. And we see it in Techstars, we see it in a lot of places that I'm part of the investment committee, to screen, first of all, people, team, then we can talk about the business model. We can help you, we can make it happen. But it's the core, the people, the idea, the focus, the market. The rest will come. So nurturing the idea is wake up every day and say, what I'm doing with my product, is my product needed, and who are the people around me, community-wise, network-wise, partner-wise, that's really, really nurturing each other. Thank you. Yes, please. You heard that it's much harder?
I heard that it is much harder to get money if you are a female team. So at the moment, I create my co-founder team. And yeah, for me, it's a very important question, because I see the advantages for have a female team. But if you have some problems to get money, so yeah.
So first of all, I love it that you came with your baby, because this is what I did. Years of years. That's the only way to fight it. That's the only way to jungle. Yeah, we can say to jungle both. So really, I want to just kudos you. Your question, I want to say one thing. No. And I don't know who told you this. But first of all, if you all female founder from the same background, from the same university, the same as we're doing, if you all white, male, bald, from the same university, and we all know the names in Germany, the same university, there's tons of 3 great guys, but it's still not diverse team. So pay attention that you're talking really about diverse team and not only female co-founders, because it doesn't matter. Also, only women, it's not the right thing. We need diversity for thinking about different market, different direction, different target group. So I cannot say it's easier or it's harder, because it's very much what is the product, which market you're addressing, what level you are. Maybe it's something that it's very, very early, that the market is not ready. So there is a lot to talk in a sense of like why yes, why no. But I will take you back to what we build. It's a leadership. It's a 12 icons that eventually touching the attitude, okay? I will tell you a short story, and with this I will close. I have a good friend. She sold her company, she made an IPO, and she was 9 months pregnant, and it was like super, super hot Tel Aviv day, and she went into a room of venture capitals, of course, 5 guys, like, you know, a table, and then she went into the table, and of course, you know, you're pregnant, you look super heavy, and they said, can I get you a glass of water? And she said, no, I want $5 million. And she get that. And this is the attitude. It doesn't matter. Go with your baby and say, I'm capable, I can do it, I'm the superstar, but show it by facts, yes? Not just say it. Back yourself with the real story, the real numbers. And I'm sure that people will notice this. So I hope I answer your question.
Thank you so much, Mali.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, to that, a round of applause. I personally could listen to you for another little while. Would you be open to being at the launch in the back corner to answer some questions? Always. Yeah? Because I feel there's a lot of resonance in the room, so if you want to talk to Mali, I invite you all to meet her over there. Thank you so much, Mali. Yeah, we are running slightly behind time, but we're going to move on to our next talk of the evening. Today, over 60% of America's most highly valued tech firms were founded either by first or second generation immigrants. So I think it's clear diversity is not something charitable, it is a solid business case. But how can we activate this sometimes hidden potential in our society? Here to talk to that today is Min Sung Kim. He is the managing partner at Berlin-based VC fund Digital Health Ventures, and he's also the co-founder of Two Hearts. It is such a wonderful name, and it's a community of people with immigration backgrounds from the tech industry who have the mission to empower great talent with immigration backgrounds to enrich Europe's tech economy. Please welcome with me on stage Min Sung Kim.
Hi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Min Sung Kim. I'm a partner in a venture capital fund based here in Berlin. I've done this for, I think, around 10 years now, doing early stage investment, growth stage investment, and late stage investments for various companies, like, for instance, Allianz X and Samsung Catalyst Fund. But I'm also, and this is why I'm here today, a co-founder of Two Hearts. And, you know, I don't look like it, but I was actually born in Germany, in Hamburg. So every time when I go to Israel and I say, I'm from Germany, they're like, oh, this is how the new Germans look like. We gotta be more careful. Huh? Just kidding. But I guess, like many of you, you are a product, or we are a product of globalization. And because of that, I today want to talk to you about diversity. And this is actually a weird topic for me to talk about. And you know, I had to think a long time to actually come up with a presentation like that, because usually I talk about slides about, you know, venture capital trends, funding trends, M&A trends, etc. And so it was a little bit harder for me to grasp that topic. So to tell you, my presence here in Germany with my Korean genes is pretty unlikely. My father, he was a fisherman, a poor fisherman in South Korea. South Korea in the 60s was one of the poorest countries in the world. Yet, he had larger dreams. He was thinking about going to a different country, to a better new life through hard work and perseverance. So he actually worked on a ship, on a big tanker, and somehow, you know, he saw the world, and the tanker, or the ship, was repaired in Hamburg, here in Germany. So this is where he met my mother. She was a nurse, working in a hospital. In the 1970s, there was a nursing crisis here in Germany. And so this is where they actually met. They didn't only share an improbable love, but they also shared an abiding faith in the possibility of an open and democratic society. They gave me a Korean name, believing that in a tolerant society, names are not a barrier to success. They imagined their children going to the best schools, although they weren't rich, like in Korea, because in a generous society, you don't need to be rich to fulfill your full potential. I told you we weren't really rich, but somehow my father managed, you know, to give us a home in a very nice neighborhood. And as you can see, I was the only different-looking person in that neighborhood. And I went with the preppiest kids to school that you can imagine, and all their fathers, they were desk workers, you know, managers working in a bank, working, you know, doing a desk job. And I remember up to this day, my father always had dirty hands because he was lifting beverage cases. He had a small shop. And I was, because of that, and he spoke his German was super bad. And I was really ashamed. Yeah. Further, I thought, you know, I'm always German because, you know, all my friends were German. And I went to, and I don't know, I looked into the mirror, and then I didn't see a German person looking back. It was always a Korean person. And then I thought, okay, I must go back to Korea, and there is my home. So the next time I actually went to Korea, I stepped off the plane and said, my people, I'm back. And they were like, you look Korean, but you don't talk like us, you have a huge accent, you don't eat like us, you don't walk like us. I don't even know how to walk Korean, but yeah. But they said, like, you're not one of our own. So I actually went back, and I was like, where do I belong? And I tried to be very, very, very much German now. And I saw my heritage as a handicap, as a liability. And then looking back at my father, who didn't even really speak German, I said, like, oh, you need to assimilate yourself more. And looking back now, I mean, reflecting this, I feel like a complete douche, like this guy. And further reflecting it, there are, I think, two principles here that immigrant parents give to their children. The first principle, and it's a very, it has tragic effects. The first principle is that adapting is the recipe for success. So when you come to a new country and you don't speak the language, you need to adapt yourself. And this was a winning principle, and they pass it on to the next generation, to us. And we internalized that, and then we looked at our parents like, you're not adapted, you're not successful. And the second thing, that a principle that our parents gave to us was hard work, honest and hard work, to always go the extra mile. Because their place in our society was not a given. It needed to be earned every day. And so we know we need to go the extra mile. We know that perseverance and hard work is the difference between winning and losing, the difference between climbing up the ladder or falling down the ladder. And after 10 years of global investment around the world, and I just realized, embracing this heritage that I try to always push away, because I didn't want to be part of my parents' story, although, they had so much accomplishment to show. They came into a country where they did not have any money, they did not know the language, but somehow they managed to build a home and take care of their children. And somehow I didn't want to be part of that story because I was trying to push that heritage away. But, working in global investment firms, I realized embracing that heritage is an asset. And working hard is also an asset. And this is why the time I thought, how can I contribute? How can I contribute with that special asset, with that complementary skill set and cultural background that I have? And there are a lot of challenges, global challenges that require a diverse mindset. Yeah, and there's a climate change. And also, there are the rising tension between democracies and authoritarian regimes. All the digital hacking and the trolls, etc., And there are digitalization. I mean, decades, we relied on certain industries that conserved our wealth, our prosperity of this nation or of our continent. But digitalization is challenging these industries. And we need people, to help us come up with new technological innovations. 5 years ago, we talked about, Germany needs skilled workers. Now we just need workers. When you go to the restaurants, for instance, we need people. Otherwise, we cannot sustain growth. And as a venture capitalist, I very much believe that technology can play a very important role to solve these kind of global challenges. But we need to invest into teams, into startups that are actually introducing these technological solutions and innovations to the market. And when you look, and this is a report by Kleiner Perkins, and sorry, I'm a VC, so I love data, so I need to show you at least 2 charts, I promise. Yeah. This is from Kleiner Perkins. This was a venture capital Bible. Every year, they were coming out with a new internet trend report. They say that 60% in the US of the tech unicorns are founded by first and second generation founders, immigrants. So what about Europe? What about this potential that we might have in our continent? Further, and we talk about diversity all the time, and I'm really tired of hearing, wow, we need diversity because then we are more successful. And I was like, where's the data? I finally found this, and a friend from Silicon Valley Bank, he actually sent me this data. Now, this is a recent study by McKinsey that shows that diversity correlates with financial performance. There you go. And so combining this, we understood why we have to found Two Hearts. Helping young people to understand that their heritage is not a liability, is not a handicap. It's an asset for our society to solve the problems that we have, because technological innovations are so important. We are working hard, but we need to give these young kids access to the position where they can actually have the chance to solve these kind of things. And my story that I told you just now is just one story out of, like, I think we have 1,600 members by now. And the number is still growing. And we do that with, with a community platform, with mentoring. And people are actually meeting in different cities, because they feel home. They feel they don't belong really to Germany. Or let's say they feel German, but they don't look like Germans. And when they go home, they don't have a home there. So, they like to meet up and talk about technology. But let me emphasize something. It's not about only focusing on diversity, only saying like, hey, we are here, we're different, we need to get respect. It's about how can we come together? How can we contribute to our wealth, to the prosperity of our society? Because you can segmentate groups. When it comes to diversity, you can segmentate, and it's an endless task. You can segmentate. But I think, what we would like to emphasize as a community is how can we contribute to conserve, to help the society. And that's why our mission is empowering great talent with immigration background to enrich European tech economy. So I would like to stop here. But one more thing. I got to realize that diversity matters. Why? Because diversity drives innovation. And innovation is super necessary to tackle those global challenges that we face as a society, as a whole. And it's one of the major strengths of democracies. So we can stand strong in the future against all those authoritarian regimes that are trying to challenge our systems. Thank you very much. And we have here Oktay, one of our co-founders, also Inura, our general secretary. Please reach out to us and see what we can do. Give these young people a chance to contribute their diverse solutions for the upcoming challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Min-Sung.
That's my notes.
Thank you. Your notes. Wonderful. Yeah, it was great to also have a VC speak about this topic. And Min-Sung said something really, really interesting. He said diversity correlates with financial success. That is a fact that is really important for VCs. And up till now, we've talked a lot about what startups can do to attract diverse talent. We talked a lot about recruiting, how to get the right people, how to be open towards a diverse team. And the next session is going to take a closer look at concrete actions the world of VCs can take to drive diversity in their portfolios. Please welcome back with me on stage our moderator for the evening. You already know her, Mali Baum, and our panelists, and enjoy this panel from the VC world.
So, if you didn't get enough, now we will talk about the real thing. So, without further ado, I would like to invite superstars, people before everything, investors afterwards, people that know really, really their mission and their vision to be with me on the panel. Thilo, please come with me on the stage. Marie, please come on the stage. Kasta, come on the stage, and Kati. And we will try to make it like super approachable, because that's the idea. Not every day you have an option to meet people and to really ask them everything. And please don't be shy enough, because we want to hit them with very tough questions. Okay? Because what's happening today?
More surprise guest?
And I will give you the time to present yourself and you can ask questions. But what do we have today? Are there enough female investors? No. Are there enough female founders? No. And we are focusing on Germany and Europe, yes? And this is something we're saying, like, it's a problem, we want to change it, how we change it, and I'm always saying, like, stop, 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 stop. We start from the top. We start from the decision makers. We start from the LPs. We start from the GPs. We start from the values. And this is what we are going to talk about. It's not how we are victimizing the situation, or of course not the women, or diversity, or minorities, and also my friend Ming Sung talked about this. We are talking about how we are changing the status quo and how we are making it different. So, Katharina, please present yourself to the audience.
Hey, thank you so much. Great to be here today. So let's make it simple. Let's just call me KJ. I am from 2BX. We are an urban tech venture capital fund. Hey, Yukti, good to see you. Yeah, I'm one of the GPs there. We're focusing on everything related to or technology that changes the way we live and interact with cities.
Also try to speak about yourself, because this is not about the fund, it's about what drives you to fundraise and you fund.
Yeah. Super.
Of course, like making impact, you mentioned it, is super important, make a change. I just met the perfect partner to do that, who had like encouraged me to become investor, because this was never my goal actually, it just happened. And now seeing the level we have investing in the right, whatever that means, startups into great teams is what drives me. And I'm really addicted to aha moments and like pushing that into companies, helping our founders reflecting and looking into corners they haven't looked into before. This is what drives me personally.
Fantastic. This is what we want to hear. The people behind the names of the venture capitals. Marie, we know each other forever, and you've been through a great process. Please present yourself.
Thank you, Mali. So my name is Marie. I'm a partner with two early-stage VC firms, Food Labs, that's a food tech fund, and Atlantic Labs, an early-stage tech fund. I live in Berlin. I have two daughters. I've been in VC for 10 years now, and what drives me is really working with early-stage founders, working on new tech solutions that will make the world a better place, and really like investing so early stage is just super exciting, because what we do, where we invest today is what will be the way how we live like in 10 years down the road. So this is really what drives me, like being so at the forefront of, making an impact and through technology.
Thank you, Marie. Thilo, how can I start? I think our past brought us on and off all the time.
Where should we begin?
Exactly. Please present yourself.
So my name is Thilo Bono. I am the founder and CEO of Piabo. We are Europe's largest technology PR firm. We are helping getting founders the attention that they deserve to grow and thrive in the world. Companies like Stripe, GitHub, Silicon Valley Bank, Shopify, I think you all know them. But beside of that, we of course want to have skin in the game, and 95% of our portfolio companies are backed by venture capital. So we are an LP and investor in almost 50 funds around the world, from Vietnam, Indonesia, to America, to obviously several funds here in Europe. And diversity is, especially here, a very big topic because, I mean, funds, on every corner you can find a fund. But what are the teams and the theses that are really producing the winners of tomorrow? And obviously, a very diverse investment team is something that is a big part of the decision-making process. Who do we partner with? Who do we work with? So we have a team of for example, only black founders in the US, right? A fund like we have a team in New York, Angels, who is a fund dedicated to the LGBTQ community. That means only if there's at least one founder, one member of the LGBTQ in the leadership team, they will invest. Or here in Berlin, our own backyard, AUXO, for example, that you know very well. So that's teams, that investment teams and theses that drive us and where we see great dynamics and something that we love to support.
Thank you, Thilo. Consta.
It's Costa, but it's okay.
Oh,
no worries,
okay.
no worries, no
yeah.
worries. Yeah, so my
Please
name is
present
Costa.
yourself.
I am leading the investment team at a PropTech fund called PropTech One. We're around now for almost 3 years. We invest in, as it says, the word, in PropTech and ConTech companies all around Europe, in early stage companies. And when I started 3 years ago, I was basically alone in the team, in the investment team. Now we have 7 people from 7 countries. So I think it's very diverse. It's, I think, half man, female. So we're pretty diverse. Over there sits our newest member, also diverse. And I think if anybody is in here and wants to exercise or wants to experience investing in a venture fund, please let us know. We're growing every day.
Okay. You know, I'm also raising a fund, but I want to say what drives me in raising a fund is the access and the network that I have. Which means I know by doing this without a fund that we have the right access to the superstars, as Thilo mentioned, how to really raise a strong companies made in Germany. And definitely if we can make it by diverse team, it will be a big story. So I want to ask you, because we're talking about doing, not about only vision, what drives you? How you select your portfolio, how you even say, before looking at the details, what we call like the analytics or the numbers of the company, what is the most important things that you're reaching out and say, it's interesting, let's dive in? KJ.
Thank you. I would say, you would probably agree, it's team and dynamic. And we've heard it before, people being on the stage talking about 3 people with the same background wouldn't be the best idea right now. But imagine now a team of very different backgrounds. And it doesn't matter if gender-wise or whatever. And they have that many different approaches how to solve problems. And right now, so much is changing. It's really, really crazy being a founder right now, especially. And the more approaches to solve a problem, the better, I would say. So this is why we really keep an eye on team, and I tend to ask sometimes strange questions when I meet founders, like really diving into if you would describe
what question? Give us example.
If you would describe the founding team or the operating system, how would you describe it? Or sometimes really getting pictures in my head how they work and why they are, how different they are and how similar they are, because there's this tension. Too different is really, really sometimes not the best idea. Too similar probably never is the best idea.
Marie?
Yeah, I can only build on what you said, like the founding team, and for us at Food Labs and Atlantic Labs, we invest so early stage. We're usually the first investors, so we really pre-seed. Usually it's so early, there's no numbers to look at, I mean, apart from a market opportunity. So it's really, it sounds really yeah, it's all about the people, but it's so true. And then I can also only agree to what you just said, like we call it like a complementary founding team, where you see like there's people with different, be it skills or backgrounds, or so we like to see that, right? So that's really an important criteria for us to see this is a complementary founding team that will be able to build high growth, to go to the ups and downs and so on and so forth.
But Marie, you also very strong into the PR part of the venture capitals, which means the storytelling. Yes, of course it's the team, but what will be a red flag for you if a team comes to you and saying X, Y, Z, and you say that cannot be happening? Because eventually, part of building a company, it's branding the company, branding yourself. Lead that into the global competition. What makes a success story in such an early stage?
Yeah, so I'm sure Thilo can also add to that in a minute, but let me start here. So I mean, you're absolutely right. So having a strong story is what it starts with, right? Because when we see early stage founders and we see they come with a strong narrative, with a strong story, with a strong pitch, we like that because we see these people will be able to raise money with that story, because that's a quality you need as a founder. So yes, we do really look, is that a convincing story, and is that not just, you know, let's say PR sugarcoating, but is there an actual story and an actual strong narrative? Because this is really what you need as an early stage founder, because you need to bring that story across to your employees, to your investors, to all the stakeholders. So I think, yes, it's absolutely key, but maybe Thilo, you have a word or two to say about that too.
I mean, a company without a story is a company without a strategy. And it's not a quote from me, it's from Ben Horowitz. You know, you can ask yourself why one of the biggest venture capitalists in the world is doing PR for PR. Because when we talking especially about this situation, a founder starts a company very early. What they have a blank sheet of paper, there's nothing. Nobody knows them. And of course, you want a good valuation from an investor, right? So on the one hand, you have to have your numbers ready and show there's traction, there's a valid idea, and it's backed by numbers. But the other 50% of the valuation is the narrative. And that's why this is so important, what you ask, Marley, not to underestimate. And, you know, I talk to many founders, and they always say, yeah, but it's not about me. I want to let my product speak. That your product can't speak, you know. People are interested in people, and they're investing in you, not into your product. And this is, I think, very, very important. And you want to add something, please?
No, just to add an anecdote to that, like one of my friends who's also like has been in venture capital for many years, he said, you know, if I see a company and a product and a market and a business model, one has a story, the other one hasn't, I absolutely go for the one that have a strong story, a strong brand, a strong narrative. Even if everything's the same, I just ignore the other one.
And it's actually a problem that we see very much in Europe, right? That they have an amazing product, a product that's even world-class and better than what we see maybe in Asia or in the US, but they're not able to sell it, right? And what is it worth to be the best if the others sell better, right? And I've often found that come to me and say, yeah, but my competitor's always in the press, but we are more reliable, more secure, more cheaper, whatever. But it all doesn't matter if the competitor is a better storyteller and can sell each other better and get the better deals, the better investors, the better team, employer branding, right? It affects many areas of a company. So that's why from the beginning, this is absolutely mission critical. But back to your original question, I mean, that's a no-brainer that, of course, it is team, right? But I would say it's actually 5 T's, and just one of them is the T. But let me just add one thing to the team aspect. I think when I talk with founders, I ask always 2 questions to myself. Some more, but 2 main questions. First, are they boardroom ready? Can I send them when they're selling to a corporate client, or when I, you know, when the CEO or the person they're selling to, they are prepared to answer the questions, and they can also act under pressure, and they can look them in their eye without blinking. And the other thing is, are they not full of themselves, but also able to listen that when the right moment comes to pivot? If the founders from N26 are not
able to have this mindset to pivot, there would be still papaya and selling credit cards to kids and maybe be not a multiple unicorn like they are. This kind of mindset, this pivot mindset, especially for startups, especially in that early stage, it will always happen. They change their business model, they change things, adapting, right? They're saying, no, we stick to it, etc. But the other 4 T's are also very important. Second T is traction. Are the numbers backing what they actually telling, right? Show me what already happened, what the first responses from the market is, etc. Third T, technology. Is it you telling me you're building AI, or is it just a clever algorithm, right? And things like that. Really, is it actually real new technology or something that's really like deep tech, or just you plugged in some APIs and now you're having a nice front end and telling me you invented the wheel again. Third, it's also timing. I have seen many founders with amazing ideas, but ahead of their time, right? And 3-4 years later, another company comes, does exactly the same and succeeds, and said, we did it already 5 years ago, right? So timing, you can be too early, too late. This is often what also investors miss, because they are so close to the community and they're so in this bubble that they think, oh yeah, that's an amazing thing, but don't really realize where actually the market is positioned. And last but not least, the 50 is territory. For me, it's important that it's not just a startup that solves a problem that exists here in Germany because of a certain law or certain regulatory issues. I want them to conquer the world. And if this is a product that not also works, let's say, in the US or in Singapore or in Italy, I'm not interested. I mean, there are other investors that say the opposite, right? Because they say, no, we want to do something that is specifically only for Germany and only blah, blah, blah. I personally, for me, this 50 is very, very important. World domination, or because otherwise how are we going to build really the next Google or Facebook, etc., if you just think too small? Yeah.
I can only copy that. Yeah, please.
I would like to raise a follow-up question when it comes to storytelling. I have to skip the T part now. But do both of you or the three of you think it's teachable being a good storyteller? Because this is, now we're talking about diversity and diverse teams. And I have this, I'm sitting in front virtually, a founding team, and I feel like they are not the best storyteller. We know that. But somehow there's something special about them, and we have then this discussion internally. Is it enough to raise funds or not?
But you know, I can teach it in 1 minute. It's very simple, you know? You talk about the problem that you're solving, you present your solution, and then at the end, you make a case, a success, right? It's like a success story, back it with numbers, clients, etc. Storytelling is something that follows a very clear path. You can Google the hero's journey, etc. You find great articles about it. I think this is not something you can't learn. Of course, you can learn it and you can teach it clearly, but it is not just that you have then the story ready. It's also, of course, how you present it, right? How you make maybe a media training on stage, how you present yourself, how you interact, etc. And I mean, you see all these American founders, when you see them presenting, it's not that they doing it from their childhood. They have also learned it in school, in debate clubs, etc. We're just not born like them or educated like them. But you 100% you can learn that to tell your story. Absolutely.
But now I mean, like
no
people really not feeling comfortable in that situation, you know, because I know like technically they can learn it. I get that. But feeling comfortable?
We will get that in a second, because there is a culture differentiation. I think that's the core here. But Costa, we want to hear from you as well.
The same question from before. So we pledged as a fund when we introduced the PropTech 1 Fund 1 as an SFDR 8 fund, which means that we are that we're an ESG fund. So when we invest in companies, we try to look for companies that actually make a change in the real estate world. As I'm not sure if everybody knows, but the real estate world is polluting the world with almost 10% of all CO2 emissions, and they have to, by now, through all the regulations that are coming, they have to adapt. So when we look into companies today, we're not looking into business models that accelerate fast. We look into business models that can basically back the story that the founders try to build. So we try to change the world, we try to change how buildings are built, how they are redesigned, how the material is emancipated, sorry, I don't know the English word. However, what I want to say is when we look into companies, we're not only looking into the fast success, we look into long-term goals, and these goals should be aligned with the frameworks that we put in place at the beginning of the investment process.
Thank you. So I will go with your direction, and I would say, you know, coming from Tel Aviv, working 8 years in China, Silicon Valley, New York, my main market was New York and California. Everything we talked about, what's happening here, it's touching the culture. And I will be maybe the bad guy here, and to say it clearly, that Germany, specifically Europe as well, is way, way, way behind when it comes to being a hustler, to really dream big. And we're not talking about gender here, yes? It's culture things. And I think this is what we screen in the market. And I want to challenge you, or maybe you can disagree with me, yes? Because this is what we see. We need to adopt a lot of entrepreneurial mindset, a lot of risk-taking, and I'm talking right now about the founders themselves when they come to pitch. Like, for example, you know, when I fundraised for my first company, when we needed $500,000, we asked for $2 million, and maximum we will close in the middle. And here, everything is very much structured for good and for bad. For investors, it's absolutely better, and the evaluation is absolutely make more sense, but as a founder, you can grow faster when you have more capital, more access, and you're much more hustler. And I want to touch this again because it's touching the culture. So what do you think, and we will start the other side right now, Costa, in a sense of what makes the difference, and why do you think, and this is the main question, that here we see less true giant success stories?
Before I come to the success stories, I would like to speak about the founder who maybe does not pitch as he pitches in America or elsewhere. I have the feeling that also a lot of German VCs keep them low. So as soon as some founders come around with, you know, like high numbers, they ask, is this realistic? Is this realistic? Can you achieve that? Blah, blah, blah. And down in the process, I have the feeling a lot of founders feel the need to adjust to the expectations of realistic stuff. So I wouldn't even judge only the founder, but it's also the expectations of a lot of VCs in Germany that say, hey, is that realistic? Don't dream too big. Can you really achieve that in the time?
It's a good point, which means, which I heard that before, you're right, but again, let's talk about this here because I think this is the right audience to talk very open with. A lot of venture capitalists say, no, we invest only in Germany, maximum DACH area. This is where our region, and this is our focus. This is what you mean? That they're very much themselves even focus on specific area?
I wouldn't say it's that. I would really more boil it down to this realistic part. Some people just don't want them to dream. They just want to get presented something that can be achieved with the money that they can raise. So it's more like people actually expect sometimes to be more realistic than to dream big.
Very good point. Thilo, what do you think?
I think that the ambition level is just sometimes not there where it should be. As I said earlier, with my 5th T territory, to make really clear that the company that you're building is a company set to conquer the world with this idea, right? And they often think too small and just want to be a German company first, and then they become a DACH company, and then they become a DACH plus French company, and then they become a DACH plus French plus UK company. It is,
and
of
this
course,
is in 10 years, what you just mentioned.
And it is, of course, then often the mindset what has to do with the founder by themselves, but how they position, how they start. I mean, in a country like Israel, or other markets, let's say Sweden with Klarna and Spotify, etc. They're so small markets, they have to think global from day one, right? Even Austria, you have many companies like Jaja and others that have to think global from day one because they're so small markets. And has a reason why many Israeli companies, the next step is not Europe, this is the US, right? Not just because of the funding, also about the market.
It's also
price.
culture,
So
very similar to the US.
And at that point, the other point is then, as I agree with here, the VC part, because many VCs claim they are European VCs, but actually have then all the people based in, let's say, Berlin or Munich or wherever, right? So and this is something, and you rarely see them in whatever the South Summit in Madrid or the whatever Slush in Finland or event in London, etc. So they say they do, but actually most of their people are at one place or maybe at two places, but they're not real European, which has also maybe to do that the fund size are relatively small here. We're talking about usually 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200, maybe 300 million, but this is the average that we have here. We have not many funds that are way beyond. When you look at the management fees that they're getting, I understand that they not can build team and put someone in Amsterdam and someone in Madrid and etc. On the other hand, I see also, I was recently in Spain and talking with a lot of VCs, that there this problem is even more sharp. I mean, how many companies out of Spain, tech companies in the last 10 years, that really made it on a global European scale? I mean, of course, there's TravelPerk, there's maybe Glovo, but that's about it, right? And maybe I forgot one or two others. But this is a very different kind of mentality and culture, and it has a lot of fathers and mothers why it is how it is, right? And has one with fundraising, has what to do with mindset, with the setup of the VCs, and that leads to a point that when we have some success stories, look at Celonis in Munich, look at other companies, they are then backed by global VC companies from the US or from Asia that really help them to jump and go global. There's usually not money here from, let's say, for example, Germany.
Can I add one thing to the territory stuff? I think over the past 10 years, it was very important to think global and to be active globally. Currently, I have the feeling, or I perceive from other VCs and international VCs, that they're looking for local premium. So I have two companies in our portfolio. One is very international, grew, I think, last year 8,000%. It's like a remote work company that is active, I think, in 200 countries. However, they have obviously competition in each of these countries by local stars. This company has to explain in front of all the tier 1 VCs why they're only active, like in so many countries, how can they grow dominance, how much money will they burn on that way, etc., etc. On the other hand, we have a company that is in Germany, the German leader in midterm rental. It's called Wunderflats. Every VC in the world is currently knocking at the door because they're owning the German market. They have very, very good numbers, like unit economics, and everybody's looking currently for dominance in one territory. So yes, you were right. A few years ago, it was very important to grow very fast, to have an international product. I'm not saying you shouldn't think international, but you should also try to build up a dominance in an area where you won't burn too much money.
But hasn't this not also something to do with what Marty said earlier with mindset and hustling? Because, the same situation in the US would be totally different mindset. They would not say, oh, there's competition here, there's competition there. They would go to their investor and say, give me 100 million, let's just buy them, right? Like Groupon did, like eBay did, like many others did. I mean, why not this company you're talking about, instead of complaining about their competition, go to the investors and say, why don't we do a kingmaker strategy, and we just buy the best of them and build one European champion, because there's an amazing company in Spain who does similar things, or in Italy, etc. And it has to do with how aggressive you are and how aggressive you're approaching that.
Both examples were approached by US VCs.
Yeah,
and no. Both were approached by US VCs, and both had the reasoning that I just explained. They were looking for Wunderflats because of the German dominance. And I would say, like a few years back, it would have been the other way around. And they were scrutinizing Desana, which is basically super international, because they don't have dominance. I think it just changed because people are afraid at the current situation that if you grow too fast in too many countries, you burn too much growth money.
That's right.
They want healthy businesses.
I agree, but I mean, when we come back to our questions, how we will build the next Google, Facebook, Apple, etc., what is our next big success here of Europe? This is a thinking that doesn't lead to anything in that direction, right? This is just this is a fact, as you said. Of course, it's true, but it's actually said at the same time that there's not the opposite strategy to saying, especially now where valuations go down, where it's maybe quite easy to acquire and to expand, land and expand. Why not doing it, right? And how do you want to build a global company of massive impact if you say, oh, it's enough what we have, let's focus on our neighbor region to some. It's just, on the one hand, yes, it's true that it's the fact right now, but that's not, I think, where we really build the next.
I want to jump in for a second, just for the audience as well, because we can talk about this forever, and I love it because we absolutely disagree, and it's coming to the culture. So I agree with you because it's not correct, okay? Because if you're a very strong startup, very strong team, you want to say, we are from Germany, we control our market. I agree. We are here, we know the market, we control the market, we know everyone, we sell to maximum potential of the market. But if you say that even from the LPs, and this is the concern right now that we have to raise, because of the mindset, don't go there, don't go there, you burn too much money, you have too much competition. This is exactly what makes us a bubble that no one cares in Silicon Valley what's happening in Germany. They are bigger, stronger, faster. Or Israel, no one cares about what's happening in Germany. So what's happening, the German investors go to Israel. Faster, better returns. And I'm just saying this because it's like a tip on the iceberg of touching the problem. And we're not talking about a problem of diversity, but it's diversification of mindset. Because, I built my first company while I was in Tel Aviv. Every customer or supplier was in 12 hours flight from my home. And now, for me, being in Europe, it's like heaven. In 1 hour, I'm everywhere. Or at least most of it. Yeah, please jump in.
So, but Badi, are you blaming the VCs or blaming the founders or both?
No, I'm talking about the culture. Because if he says that the VC is saying, don't go there, you're burning too much money.
Blaming the VCs, they should kill the venture from the capital. So it's not venture, what they do, they're just providing capital.
Which means we need to walk the talk. We want to build unicorns. We want to build global companies. We have to work, again, top down. And please jump into the discussion. Because you can see that also the investors are not the same. So going to each investment or each investment firm or any venture capital, hey, this is a red flag. Who are they? What they will help me with? Or at some point, they will be my pain bone that will actually take me down. Maybe. Yes, Marie?
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, so I agree to different aspects both of you said, but I would also like to disagree in one regard, saying that I'm actually quite optimistic that we are building unicorns here, that we are building global champions made in Europe, made in Germany, and I think the situation, let's say, in the US or maybe even in the UK to some degree is that they've started 2 decades earlier, right? So they've been in the game for much longer, and so it's just, I think, a question also of the maturity of the ecosystem, and we've seen that over the last few years that relevant unicorns are growing out of Berlin, Munich, other cities. So I'm actually pretty optimistic to what we've been seeing in the last few years here in Germany and in Europe. It's probably just a matter of time and also of, learning, right? Investors keep learning, entrepreneurs keep learning, and then also here maybe the diversity part comes into play that like 10 years ago, that was a German ecosystem, pretty much, right? So it was all WHU guys on both sides of the table. That has changed a lot over the last few years. And that also brings in more ambition, a different vibe, more dynamics. So yeah, I think I'd rather be optimistic to see what we're witnessing now, and I think it's just getting started.
And it's a good point. Why we're just getting started? I mean, if you build a company, you build a company to be a competitive global level. So what you just said, which I totally agree with you, is just empowering what Thilo mentioned, that we're thinking too local, too small, too slow, too small. And it's coming back maybe to the ticket size of the venture capitals, the big of the fund itself. So although we are addressing a big challenge here, we understand that how we are talking from, talking to doing, there's a lot of things that it's actually harder here, harder to fundraise big ticket, harder to grow faster. And Marie, you know very well that if you are a super small team from MIT and super small team from Technische University, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You fight the same market, and eventually this is the mindset we are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously true what you said, that, you know, raising larger tickets in Europe, out of Berlin, you know, we see that with our portfolio companies that raise like Series B, Cs, and onwards, you know, most of the big tickets would be like from the US or Southeast Asia. So, I mean, that is still obviously the case, but I was just trying to bring a kind of spark of optimism here, because I think what we see is that the German and the European ecosystem really is maturing, and I think we will have like 5-10 years down the road, more and more relevant global companies, unicorns from here.
I mean, what we can all agree, I think, is that the venture capitalists should focus more on the venture in the world venture capitalist. And maybe one point to the fact that the maturity of the ecosystem, on the positive side, what we see is that because of the unicorns we have, because of the going public situation for many tech companies, because of the maturity and access that already happened, we have an amazing second generation of founders that are backed by the first generation of founders. So there's now a momentum that made the Silicon Valley big. We refer to the PayPal mafia and all these kind of topics, where we have significant amount of founders that made a lot of money, giving it back with their advice and smart money to the ecosystem, scaling it, launching their own funds, their own business angel networks. And this is very, very powerful. That just starts since a couple of years happening. With every exit, more money comes in. With ESOP, the distribution from an exit also going in a wider scale. And all of these companies, from Rocket Internet to all the unicorns, they're also amazing universities for the next generation of founders. And when you look where founders come from, where they worked before, you see this is actually happening. And it's amazing that we have here an ecosystem that kind of blossoming now, but it takes time, and it's of course not the majority that we see in the US, but that's why we still need or depend on growth capital from the outside. But I think here it's more important that we all stick together and collaborate and work together. I've been this morning in Cologne, and there was a breakfast for champions, and it was 3 VCs from Cologne doing it together. One very early stage VC, one growth VC, and one other more like an accelerator. And these kind of things, we need more people collaborating, like co-opetition instead of competition, right? And when I go to, let's say, South by Southwest in Austin, I still see every country has their booth, and Germany has North Rhine-Westphalia, Berlin, Lower Saxonia, etc. We are we're thinking too small, and we have too many local egoisms here, right? We should be, I mean, just think about the distance from Berlin to Hamburg, right? This is like you go from San Francisco to San Jose, right? This is one corridor, we call it Silicon Valley, right? So it's the same. Here, there is a huge competition between Hamburg and Berlin. They're fighting all the time, right? They're doing their own programs, they're doing their own presentations at the international conference, etc. We can't do that anymore if we want really to support the ecosystem, put all the money together, all the power together. And I think the VC world is starting to doing it. There are more collaborations, more co-investing, more co-opetition instead of competition, but also the politic has to change in mind. And I had recently the Rafael Lagundi Vera from Sprint, from the Sprint program here, and there are many initiatives right now, HTGF, etc., that leading in the right direction, but it's still not enough. That's a front that we have to all work on. Yeah.
Maybe just one thing, sorry, before you jump in, just to not draw the wrong picture here. I have the feeling that European founders think Europe and they also think global. And when we speak with founders, so just to give you a little bit background, so the fund I work for is positioned in this PropTech ecosystem very well, because every investor that gave us money is coming from the real estate industry, but they're not coming all from Germany. They're coming from all around Europe. So when we compete, for example, with a generalist VC, and which has basically like a bigger fund or is longer in the business, has more experience, we always put into place that once you want to move from Germany to France, from Germany to UK, from UK to wherever, we have the right LPs everywhere to basically connect you to the ecosystem. So what I want to say is, I think everybody in the European ecosystem thinks global. However, sometimes they're slower just because you don't only have like borders that you have to cross. You have to also think about, like mentality, etc., languages. It's not like US. It's not that fast all the time. Nevertheless, I think European founders always think global, and they come to us because of this global connection and the network that we bring with.
But let's turn it into a very concrete piece of advice. Look for an investor with a broad, diverse group of LPs, right? That's what basically you're saying. And there are these kind of funds that intentionally have LPs, former entrepreneurs, business experts, etc. And when you say, oh, I expand with my business to Mexico, there is the guarantee someone who knows a lawyer or someone in Mexico, whatever, right? Or have an industry expert or an expert for certain countries. But there are also LPs that just collecting the money from the big pension funds and from the government, etc. They don't have really value at where every euro they put in is actually worth two. So I think this is a very good point and very concrete advice. Look for a VC that has enough value-adding LPs in the portfolio.
And what I like here is that the VCs are pitching to founders. This is where all the ball. KJ, you want to say something?
Yeah, I would like to add to that view what can we do as VC. Like, we have to be super conscious about how we build our team in a diverse way. So now imagine the GP not being from Germany, but also a GP from Israel and GP from wherever, to have that kind of different mindset and then to be able to take different investment decisions, because this is something, like I can tell it about ourselves, like we are all from Germany, our GPs, 3 of us. Like how many unconscious biases are there? So many. And we have to try at least, because now the set is that we have to deal with that. We can build a diverse team around it. But now we have to try to work on our unconscious biases. And when it comes to risk profile, as you mentioned, I just want to encourage like every founder to really be risk more. And I would like to say not only when you are asked if you want to have a glass of water, say, no, I want a $5 million dollars. But also, like, show yourself, express yourself, be authentic, because I'm in that many intro calls where I want to pitch ourselves, of course, and I want to see, like, is there this human connection to the people? And if I don't, like, really experience a human being, but just someone telling me what they do, and as I said, team is the #1 in dynamic, this is probably not the best thing to do. So please be yourself, show yourself, express yourself as team.
Maybe, I think that's an interesting point you just made, because earlier we spoke about how to build a story, how to tell a story, how to be a good storyteller, a good pitcher, and you said maybe not everyone is that kind of person, right? So, and I think that's a good point that you made. Yes, everyone can learn that, but everyone can also learn that in their own authentic way, right? So there's not one way of kind of doing the American kind of pitch. Maybe you're a different kind of personality, but you can still learn how to tell a good story and dare to do it your own way. So I think that's an important point to make.
I think every founder and every CEO has also to realize you are also the CEO of a brand called me, myself, the personal brand you're in charge of. At the same time, you're also the chief sales officer, because you're constantly selling, winning the best people and talent for my company, winning the best investors, pitching to my big next client, fighting for my rights when it comes to policies in front of the government, and so on, partnerships, etc. Right? You're always, as a founder, in sales mode, right? And you better have some storytelling skills.
So I'm just looking at the time, because I think we can stay like this forever. And I love it that we disagree, because you know what? It's just teaching you as a founder, ask or vice versa. The venture capital will ask you, like, why me? And you have to come with an answer. Why you picked Marie? Why you picked KJ? The idea is that you know exactly why you're going to the investors. And again, we always say, like, pick the top 5 and don't start with them. Do the mistakes with the others. And then when you go to the top 5, you already know exactly why they are the best founders. Maybe they're global, maybe their LPs are global, maybe they can help you strategic way. Because I'm looking at the time, Thilo, you want to say something?
This is saying, you know, you should look at what you say is, it seems you looked at my LinkedIn inbox, because like every day I'm getting pitches from founders, and every time I say, have you actually read my profile, what I'm doing and what I'm all about, and how can I help you? Why don't you even spend one sentences and saying, yeah, I approached you because of, I think you're a great fit because of, right?
This is a tip.
Just do your homework, right, before you do that. And one concrete advice, don't spray and pray. Please don't. Never a good advice.
Talking about homework, I think we have homework too, like to actively express in those founder calls what we stand for and how we work. For example, I tell people, if you expect me to share best practices and tell you this is the wisdom I have, use it, and just scale it, I'm not that type of person. We are not the type of fund, because we help you find the answers. It will take longer, it will hurt you, because if you ask me how to do it, I will ask back and say, hey, how would you do it and why? But this is really, really pretty often part of the very first discussion I have with founders, because this is, our homework, I would say.
There is a lot of homework for venture capitals in Europe, I can tell you already. But last question to address each one of you. So at least people that are listening to us can say, I learned something and I will come to my desk in a different mindset tomorrow. Let's pick one do and one don't when they are approaching you in person, but when they are approaching venture capital in general. So what you feel more comfortable to talk about. Costa, maybe you start.
Okay. I mean, Thilo just said it. One don't is approaching us and asking for money if we're not the right right VC. So we always get a lot of pitches and intros to founders who are actually not in our investment scope.
But Costa, try to speak about yourself, okay? When I see a pitch, don't do this. Yes, do that, because this will, make me feel the FOMO, that it's interesting for me to meet you as a founder.
Okay. I think what's very important when you send over a pitch deck, you need to be precise. So when you create a pitch deck and you have like 45 slides or 50 slides and you're not able to convince me on the first 3, I might not read the rest. So the problem is a lot of founders, and maybe that is also going back to storytelling, miss the opportunity to tell the solution of the problem in very fast words. And if you can't do it in written words, people get distracted. And if you have to analyze hundreds of deals every year, you might not have the time to read 50 pages of every pitch deck. So
go directly to the pain point, show me how you are the right answer for this.
A don't is not too many pages and an executive summary.
How many pages?
20.
20 maximum, okay. Thilo?
A clear don't is when you tell me, oh, there's no competition. We're the only one.
There's no market,
We're amazing. We invented it, right? I mean, who believes that, right? And or if you lie with your numbers, they just come with their very random assumptions. Say, yeah, this market size is that many billion. If you just have 1% of that, I mean, honestly, that's one of the oldest jokes ever, right? So, I mean, this is a clear don't. You didn't do your homework, and it's just something that shows that you are not understand how that game works, right? A clear do is to recognize that we all have not much time, that we all getting here at the table, hundreds of emails and messages every day. Come to the point, don't waste my time. Tell me why you talk to me, tell me what you want, right? I can't imagine how many emails I get every day is, I just want to have one look. Can we just have 20 minutes of your time? I mean, I could just stand sitting on a stone the entire day and just answer these kind of messages and be in calls and giving someone advice about their pitch deck and about what, I mean, I have a responsibility in my company, obviously, and for my portfolio and for my employees, etc. So this is really something that surprises me all the time. What are they actually thinking we're doing the entire day, right? This is really fascinating to me. So come to the point, tell me what you want, make sure why me, right? And respect my time, because the most valuable thing is the only thing that we can't buy.
Exactly, that's a good one. But it's actually a very strong point, because I also see it, but now when you give it a name, it's like no one can really give you 20 minutes coffee, or can we have a Zoom and sending a link for Zoom for 20 minutes? It's actually a very good point. So Thilo saying, don't use that because you will never get the time in this way. And the other way is be very precise. Tell me why me, and what the hell do you want from me to help you with?
And by the way, maybe one networking advice, and we are here in a networking event, make friends before you need them. So it's always better when you know each other before, you build trust, right? Maybe you've seen each other today, getting to know each other, then maybe we meet at the next event, maybe again in 3 months, etc. So it's a friendly phase. I know you commenting or liking my LinkedIn content, etc. So there's a kind of connection, etc. And when then in 6 months you say, oh, by the way, Thilo, I found this new company and I think it's a great fit with your fund XY. Can you have a look at my deck and make an introduction? Fine, right? Why not? We are kind of friends, or right? This is something, but straight into the face. It's, yeah, you wouldn't also not go into a bar and you see, oh, do you want to marry me, right? This is not, I mean, let's say it's very simple. This is not an event, it's a process.
It is like a marriage. Yeah, I can only agree to what you say, and then, in the end, it sounds so simple, but in the end, we're all human beings, right? So, and that's such a people business, so having that in mind and playing the game accordingly is super important. So for my I really agree to what you guys said. Be to the point. For me, that would be why you, why this, why now? And that could be very different from, let's say, a biotech venture that is very scientific and where, they would explain me the process. That could also be more like a brand-driven game where I want to be blown away by the way it's branded. So I think like why you, why this, why now should be very convincing in a deck. And my don't would just be don't bore me, don't bore me, don't waste my time. In a way, yeah.
My clear don't is don't be in autopilot mode. Please don't be a zombie just presenting stuff. Be fully present, and then it's acknowledging that someone's taking time listening to you. So be present, listen to what's happening right now in this meeting. And this brings me to what would you have to do to get in touch with me and to get me is to really see it as start of a relationship, and you have to get a feeling of me. So ask things about me, raise questions, because it's like speed dating. You, at the end of the call, you have to decide, could it be potentially a marriage?
Very good point. Before we closing the panel, I would say give you the stage, but on the same time, don't sell yourself, okay? Be genuine and say, what are you investing in? Who should approach you? What are you searching? Because we're sending a message right now, and everyone needs a deal flow, and the right deal flow, and the right people. You said, don't waste my time. If 50 startups, brilliant one, that you absolutely feel that they are not wasting your time, are approaching you, this is, the best case scenario for any venture capital. Just to pick up the cherries, we call it. So
Okay.
let's start with you, KJ.
So the formal one is early stage and urban tech related, obviously. So everything, prop tech, contech, clean tech, everything that has a solution, a potential solution for the challenges in cities that cities are facing right now and in future.
What is early stage for you on purpose?
Starting
and challenge?
Starting pre-seed already, and I'm really so much looking forward to not the standard founding team, because I see so many standard founding teams, and I would love to know that there are different teams out there that challenge us to how we look at founding teams. I would love to see that, actually.
So for me, I actually speak for two funds, as I said at the beginning. So Atlantic Labs is an early stage tech fund. So we also do early stage, meaning very early stage, meaning pre-seed, and very clearly we want to be the first investor in your company, like really the first investor that invests in your company. And sector-wise, that could be fintech, prop tech, a lot of climate tech we're doing at the moment, new work, software, so rather broad in the sense of the sectors, but very focused on the stage. So that is Atlantic Labs and Food Labs, pretty similar investment scope, but very focused on anything that would be food and agri-tech, but in a very broad understanding, from producing food, food logistics, food retail, consumption, post-consumption, from biotech, alternative protein companies, to food delivery or enabling technologies, like very broad in that sense. So that's what we're here for, really, yeah.
And what is early stage? It's MVP, pre-MVP?
That depends really on like the company. So be it a biotech company that is absolutely pre-MVP, that is like R&D stage, and other companies, you know, that maybe food delivery or some kind of D2C brand, you know, we already want to see some kind of traction that you have proved. So that really depends on the business model, but pre-seed. So we want to be the first investor. That's really clear.
When did you invest in gorillas?
What is?
When did you invest in gorillas? Didn't you invest in gorillas?
Yes.
When?
Very early.
When did you invest in gorillas?
Very early. Like we were
very
like
early. I mean, please share because it's very important. I mean, if you don't want to share, don't share. But in a sense of like where the product was, or it was only like the superstar founder, so you follow the founder, maybe.
I think it was very early stage before there was even like operations running and so on. We really believed in the founder and his disruptive idea, and yeah, to build a new form of grocery retail, yeah.
So with Piabo, we built obviously a very strong growth platform, and we are also industry agnostic, can be cybersecurity, can be health tech, can be B2C, future of work, fintech, SaaS, etc. Important is that we feel that from roughly Series A and beyond, it's where it's really powerful, where we can really give the founders the attention that they deserve to leverage, to become a global champion, to not just think PR stands for press releases, but also really understanding how powerful it is in attracting the best talent, becoming a magnet for investors, but also for clients, etc. And with this growth platform that is from PR, social media, content marketing, influencer relations, really getting global attention and standing in the market, that they are building the next category leader, the next market leader. That is our goal, and usually Series A and beyond is here the right timing for that. So whoever feels can deserve a bit more attention for whatever reason can of course approach us, and we're happy to help.
Yeah, just one little anecdote to gorillas. So the founder of gorillas used to work for a prop tech company, which was women-found, which we rejected back then because of wrong timing, because they had a company that was very, very capital intensive and a B2C company, and they just launched before COVID, and the product was not basically able to sell, so we had to reject. But then gorillas was established.
There is a learning curve here in the table.
So we invest very easily in the whole value chain of a building, starting from smart materials. We're currently investing in a company that basically produces self-healing concrete. It's a very, very funny story, so if you want to look it up on our website. Everything up to cradle to cradle, so recycling buildings. And if you do anything in there, any stage, you can approach us. We only invest in very early stages, so between seed and Series A or pre-seed. However, you can always come to us, because either you're too late for us, but we have a very, very broad network, so we can easily forward you to the colleagues. If you're very early, we like to build up a relationship with the founders that we work with, so also come to us. And if you're a talent and you want to work for a VC, also come to us, because we're growing.
Because we have 8 minutes, I want to ask you, you mentioned Series A, and I think if you ask me in person, that's the problem we have here. Too many early stage, which is the most important thing. I'm not saying without the money you cannot grow, but then you have to go outside quite fast to fundraise for the big amounts, and then think global, and everything we talked culture-wise, it comes also with the big ticket size. What should we do to show the venture capitals And it will absolutely touch the diversity, because diversity is not only about men and women. It's diversification of portfolio. It's taking more risk on one startup, other startup. What should we do here as an ecosystem? Now we're talking we are in the same side of the things. What should we do to level up the ticket size so startup can really grow faster here in Germany? Do you want to start?
Yeah, I think one thing that is very important and that we all need to build up more and more, but it's also relating to the time that we have as a German VC industry, is to build more connections, not only like in Germany, but all over Europe, and then also go to other countries like US, etc., etc. So I have the feeling currently that a lot of US investors are very interested into the European market. So the big ticket sizes are basically coming to us.
Yeah, but what you're just saying, as an Israeli, you say, you sell our products super early to outside. This is what you're saying. We cannot help them, so the American can help them. I mean, this is the Israeli market. Come on, there's no Israeli money. It's American market money, yeah? So this is what you're saying. You actually enlarge the problem in a sense of like, we cannot help you anymore. We can give you $500,000, maximum 2 million, and then go to America.
But you just said that we want to bring things together. Yeah. So we build up a network that is not solely dependent on one country or one fund or one city, but it's solely dependent on like a network of investors. And
so as an investor, you say my responsibility maybe is to bring you another network of other investors, so which means I will help you in the future round?
Yes, this is what we do. So we're connected to I would say we're connected to every big investor, at least in Europe. We're also connected outside of Europe, but for the stage that the companies that we have currently are in, it's enough to have a European network, and it's very, very broad. So that is something that we always bring to the table. I think every company in our portfolio has done at least one new funding round with new investors who were brought in usually by us.
Actually, good idea. KJ, you want to take it?
I only would like to add, like, the diversity of the network is then essential, because talking about the big funds that we could hand over the next deal, but really being in touch with a lot of emerging fund managers as well is pretty important, because the next generation of emerging managers is different, I would say. So it is quite important to get in touch with those two and not rely on existing network as VC.
Marie?
Yeah, I kind of agree to what you said. And again, here I would say, like, I mean, now the market, like since March, the market is a bit different, like from like rising valuations and ticket size and everything was only just growing. So we see a bit of a different dynamics now. So I would not even say we need bigger tickets at all price, you know, but maybe it's, you know, the market will get back, and it's just it follows its flow, and that's also fine. But yeah, I would just think it really depends on what they're trying to achieve, and then find the right investor. And you know, I think there will be more and more European investors that will be able to invest larger tickets. It's just back to my optimism that I think it's maybe just kind of a matter of time that we will have more money in the ecosystem that will also be able to pay bigger tickets, really.
And don't forget, money is actually never the problem. If your numbers are right, you will always find money, even it's in times like this. And I feel sometimes the founders are a bit too strategic, focusing on how can I get rich investor, and this, instead of focusing on their business and making the numbers, having the numbers right before they're going. Because right now I talked this morning with several VCs, and I said it's actually fascinating. We had never in July and August that low amount of incoming deal flow, because everyone is now a bit like afraid and saying, what does the market look like? So they're assuming that everyone is now coming in, like say, September, October, November. So what will happen is that the selection will be even harder, because everyone wants to do fundraising right now. So I feel there should be a certain level of self-confidence and a good sense of timing from the founder. But for a great company with great numbers and a great narrative, there will be always money, right? Nobody will let a company die that shows it is here in hockey stick mode. So it comes back to the point, mindset is clear. This is my big wish for tonight, where we're talking to so many founders. Have a big vision, have a bold vision, show us that you're able to conquer the world, and it doesn't matter how old you are, if you're gay, if you're straight, if you're old or young or men or women, black, white, Asian, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And this morning I talked with a dear friend who has a fund that focuses on the CEE region, and we both have a friend in common from Pixart. And Pixart is a unicorn funded by Sequoia Capital, without doubt one of the major funds. And now guess where they are based and where they're funded? In Armenia, right? So
why?
Sorry?
Just
because the founders from there. Because the founders from there. So it doesn't matter, you know. Don't find excuses, you know. Don't say, oh, I'm too young, I'm too old, I'm too gay, I'm too straight, I'm too whatever, right? Or I'm in the countryside, or I was not in the right school, whatever. If you're building a great company, if you have amazing numbers, if you have a great chief sales officer and storyteller, the force will be with you.
And the money will follow. I'm always saying this. So I want to say thank you, and I think we actually dive into a very deep discussion here. And you know what I like? That we not always agree, and I think we also turn it around how we... No, of course, we like each other, we work each other, but we work with each other, but on the same time, we need to be very direct and to say what we can change, because that's the only way to change things and not to just agree with everything. And I think that we talked quite clearly about how we driving diversity, because diversity is also different mindset, different approach, and eventually I think it's bringing more success into our own portfolios. I want to thank you very much, KJ, Marie, Thilo, Costa. You were amazing for this discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are even on time.
Thank you so much, Mali. Thank you to our lovely panelists for this deep dive indeed. I see a lot of very interested faces who are now going to jump and speak to them. Of course, you may do so. Unbelievable. We have reached not the end just yet, but our last session of the night. Min Sung said it earlier, Germany is not only lacking skilled workers, we are lacking workers, period. Germany would need to recruit an estimated 7.1 million new workers from abroad between 2020 and 2035 to sustain the German economy and their social systems. At the same time, right now, almost every second child under the age of 10 has a migration background. So this next panel, our final panel of the night, is going to discuss how prepared Germany's economy is to embrace diversity and inclusion and leverage those diverse perspectives to meet the challenges ahead. Please welcome with me here on stage Oktay Achias, who's going to introduce our lovely panelists. Enjoy.
Good evening, and thank you. It's an honor to be here and presenting and moderating the final panel of the evening, and maybe also tracking some conclusions of the entire day and also sharing some recommendations. So I'm happy to share this panel with Chun Yang and also with Johan. Let us start with the first introduction about the people on the stage first. And ladies first, I would say, please, would you do a short introduction about your professional background, current, and maybe also your cultural background?
Yes, I can. So, yeah, my name is Twingan, as already said. Just for the ones that don't know the meaning of my name, it actually means cash or gold or bank.
Wow.
I start with the culture background, if it's okay. The reason for that is my parents came in 1982 to East Germany. And back then they were pretty much broke. And when I was born, my grandpa had the idea, can you call her Twingan, so maybe she will bring you some wealth? So I don't know if it actually helped, but I landed in VC, so I guess it did somehow. That's about the first part of my cultural background. I grew up in Dresden, went there to school, then moved on to Berlin, also studied in the UK. And the reason why I'm a part of Two Hearts is because I essentially have two hearts. So I learned to be Vietnamese, but also at the same time have the German side. Like I still remember going back to Vietnam and thinking like, at some point I want to be here and live here and really live this life. But at the same time I also felt that I'm still not Vietnamese somehow, not 100%. But at the same time when I was in Germany, I also didn't feel 100% German. So for me it was always having two identities, having two hearts. Professional background, very interesting actually. Back then I wanted to study regional studies about Africa and Asia. And then my mom asked me to study business, which I did. To bring the money, yes, exactly. And so I did that, and then later on I started working at Zalando. And if you work at Zalando, you hear of Project A pretty soon. So I always knew that I would like to join Project A at some point. And yeah, that's what I did basically 7 years ago. Joined Project A early on when I was a junior, and now CMO of the team. And in between, I had a short stint at Facebook, now Meta, where I got to know also Johan.
What a perfect handover. We didn't plan this. This is mind-blowing. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And I learned from Anna, who is one of the organizers, that the diversity focus has never been as big as this year for this conference. And I think that's already a huge step for the entire community. My name is, as I said, Johan. I am Aramaic, and I wonder if anyone in this room knows what Aramaic actually is.
That was expected.
No. Oktay, did we talk about it before?
We talked about it before, yes.
So I'm Aramaic. Aramaic is an ethnic minority. Probably people know it from the Bible, from Jesus. It's a very ancient language. It's a Semitic language. Hebrew and Arabic are the same roots like Aramaic. And when I hear people speaking Hebrew, I'm like, I have to understand this, but then I probably understand like 5% max. So I'm Aramaic, born in Sweden. My parents migrated to Sweden when I was not born yet. I was born in Sweden. When I was 8, they decided to move to Germany because back in the days, people fled to 2 regions. One of them was Sweden, the other one was Germany, and they wanted to get closer to the family. So with 8, moving to Germany, going to high school, university, and then pursuing the dream of becoming a doctor, then deciding not becoming a doctor, then started working for Google, and then started working for Meta. And now I work for Meta, formerly Facebook, as you know, Instagram, WhatsApp, and many other companies. Actually, hundreds of companies belong to Meta by now that many people don't even know. And I work with startups and partnerships in the public policy team. And Two Hearts, obviously, I think there's even more hearts inside me, I don't really know. But for sure, the Aramaic one, the Swedish one, the German one in parts. And when people ask me where you're from, I am mostly lost. I can't really tell where I'm from. So off to a great conversation.
Great. Maybe I can do also a short introduction about myself. So I have actually migration experience a couple of times to Germany and back and forth, etc. When my parents migrated to Germany, early 70s, they brought me to Germany. Then they thought they will, as guest workers, go back to Turkey. They said, send him to Turkey, let him start the primary school there. And I went to Turkey and was staying there with my grandparents, etc. And at the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, I thought, no, we will not go back to Turkey, we will stay here. And I had to migrate to Germany again. So, I have migration experience in that respect also a couple of times. It's challenging if you have to change your cultural context a couple of times in young ages. But it enriched my life. So-called intercultural competencies, adaptation, empathy level, etc. So this could have been applied later on also in my career, where I started working for Preuss AG, which was a DAX concern, DAX holding, and then I was assigned immediately to international managerial roles. And later on at Bertelsmann, I was heading a couple of country organizations, not in Germany, but outside of Germany, because the intercultural skill sets were obviously next to the technical ones somehow enriching. So, and I describe myself as Anatolischer Rheinländer, meaning I feel home in Germany. Sometimes I would like to go back to Turkey for holidays, and then when I'm back, I'm again happy. I mean, so back in Germany is back at home. So it is for us too hard, or diversity context is not a task list which you have to do with for your yearly bonus and checkpoints. It is a matter of life, of self-understanding, of a better society, a healthier society, and future-oriented society. That's why we are engaged all in so-called multicultural diversity subjects since years. So, but nevertheless, I'm observing and following this matter since years, and especially the last couple of years, diversity is a headline in nearly every business paper, maybe in every business discussion, in the groups of big corporations, etc. But we still have some obstacles achieving this ideal and achieving these goals, be it the ratio of women in managerial and decision-making roles, or people with diverse cultural backgrounds, still underrepresented. This is the question, why? We have a couple of explanations for this, we will come back to this, but the why has to do, of course, because the so-called cultural adaptation, but there are some hurdles. We will discuss this later on with a question, Johan, towards to you, because we have some comparable countries where other countries manage this subject with some technical parameters, etc. But I think Germany, and I love Germany, Germany has some other obstacles like some other European countries. Germany, as previously said by the introduction, many people will retire in the next 12 to 13 years. Approximately 12 million people will go in retirement, well-deserved. But only 5 million of them we can absorb in the so-called employment ratio with the younger population of origination in Germany. 7.2 to 7.5 new migration workers with migration background need to be accepted and implemented in the country successfully to maintain a healthy economic and social structure and society happiness. So, and on top of it, how we can achieve the goal, which is extremely important, before we talk about recruiting highly qualified migrants from outside of Germany, because also outside of Germany, the pre-understanding was always, I worked also nearly 4 years as CEO of a HR services company in 17 countries. This was the case that we said, oh, we can recruit people from Romania, we can recruit people from Bulgaria or Poland. The unemployment rate in these countries is below 5%, and the demographic structure of these countries is similar to Germany. So the recruitment of the 7 million and plus people will come from outside of Europe. So the question is, are we prepared for this? Systematically, society-wise, culturally, to onboard them, to make a success story out of it. But before I can come to this technical questions, Johan, in many countries we have so-called quotas where gender mix or cultural mix are obviously also in the targets of the executives, of institutional leaders, etc. Why this is not the case in Germany? What are the obstacles from your point of view?
So first of all, I think we could talk about the different layers of society and why diversity is not working really well. I think we should focus probably on the business world and startup world a little bit.
Yeah, please. Of course.
I think in Germany we still have. I think we're making huge progress in the right direction. The last 3 years, in my perception, have been a paradigm shift in how we talk about migration, how we talk about integration and not assimilation. I think it's a huge difference. But I think in the corporate world, there is quite and I want to name it by what I think it is. It's a concentration of power. And that concentration of power is very hard to break up. It is still in the hands of the few, quite powerful, mostly male, white, privileged, and I know it's not a very popular statement, but I think it applies to a lot of boards, a lot of hospitals, universities, associations, journalism, media. It's a very strict pattern that we can observe. Now the question, quota yes or no, I think is one we could discuss for a long time. I think we need something that is definitely measurable. So if we talk about diversity in 10 years from now, the question that I have in mind is what do we want to look back at and what do we want to have measured by then? And I do think that we need to have some sort of legal embediment or legal integration to make it clear that the government, the society wants to push this agenda. There has been a massive backlash if we talked about boards or Aufsichtsräte where women have a representation. We see cases, for example, in Norway where it worked really, really well. And that was the only way it worked. And I think we need a certain quota for people that applies to social mobility, I want to call it. I don't want to call it migration necessarily, but I think it's social mobility. So people with a certain background that the system would not naturally push up, how can we make sure that these people are actually reflected in a system that gives them extra support? I think that's the question we should surround ourselves around. And yeah, so coming back to the key point, I think it's measurability and commitment. And that needs to happen both on the political level and the business level alike.
So that means also that we need some legal changes or adaptations.
Yes.
Probably, yeah?
Yes.
The question is, in a data-driven country like Germany, where even not the religion is asked in a so-called employee survey, whatever it is, how do you do this with some criteria? You know what I mean? Male, female, yes, but then the other criteria.
Exactly. That's exactly the conversations I'm having internally at Meta. So for the States, in the USA, it's quite easy by now, I would say. It's not that we've cracked it, but they name specific audiences that are underrepresented, such as women, Hispanics, Black people, Latinos. They have a clear commitment to these audiences, and our aim is to have a 30% leadership representation of these groups until 2025, which is in 3 years, so it's very, very soon, and a 50% representation of these groups among the entire leadership, entire staff. We in the DACH region, which is Germany, Switzerland, Austria, haven't cracked it yet for, in parts, also legal reasons. You are not allowed to measure anything besides the gender. And that's, I think, a hurdle that is quite a big one.
Jungang, just one question. Just imagine such system, such legal structure and framework exist. Sitting in the shoes of an 8 or 9-year-old lady or guy in North Rhine-Westphalia, in Duisburg, whatever, would you then not have more motivation to say, okay, I can make it because of the legal framework, I have to have the motivation, because, no, let me put it that way. When you grow in a certain area of blue-collar workers who didn't make it to a successful business career life, white-collar, high income, whatever, so you always grow up in a context of being an emotional loser, you cannot make it because the Germans don't accept you, they don't open you the doors, they don't give you the access, etc., etc. If the legal framework is, like Johan described it, providing certain securities for the young people, that would also give them more motivation, more direction, more energy probably to work to this direction because there is more security that you can succeed. Or is it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think for sure that's like 100% that the quota for me is a reason to basically motivate more people from either female leadership or also from diverse backgrounds to also pursue those roles. That for sure. I think the discussion that very often happens is like, why should I go with a quota? And very often I think the thought is that I'm going to go for short-term success, and obviously like having someone who comes from WHU and ran a few businesses, I think that's very clear that this will be a shortcut, right? So you will have immediate impact. Investing into something that will obviously take much more time and also more costs. I think that's something that that some people just are not willing to pay, which I think is wrong, because if you look at what, like, if you want to lead by example, then you also have to start investing into that. So yeah, so I think like what you said, I totally agree. I think there's there's no case that the quota would not have an effect. I think it's more about convincing key decision makers that it actually makes sense.
That means that the quota could do, let's say, reach the goal of ice breaking on both ends of the process. Let's say future candidates, the kids and their families, they would say, okay, you can make it also because there is a legal framework, so you are not going to be discriminated. And the employers would say, okay, we have to do because now comes the rationale. We need them because these are home resources. Let's build on them. True?
Yes, absolutely. I think glass ceiling is a common notion that we talk
Very
about.
Good. Yeah.
And I think the glass ceiling is around for so many groups in society that we are not naming yet.
Okay.
I had a conversation with he's an education professor, Professor Karim Faraidoni at the Ruhr-Uni in Essen, I think. And he said, and I loved the sentence, he said, we do have a quota since hundreds of years that is benefiting a certain group of people. If you take a look at boards, it's an invisible quota already that is existing. So the question is, why do we not have a contrary quota or an additional quota that can break that quota that is already out there? So it is basically there, but no one is naming it.
Regarding the quota, sorry, when I was telling already the story, it was early 2000s when we were doing a short list candidate review. I was one of the 3 guys sitting there, and there were 5 young people applying for a job. And there was one German word which is not used very frequently now, but it's Stallgeruch. So they were saying, haben die den richtigen Stallgeruch oder nicht? I mean, so this the context of belonging, yeah. I mean, where they are coming from, what is their family doing, whatever. And I was looking to the CVs and said, okay, they are all comparable. What we are talking about now? So somehow indirectly, then when they explained it to me, I felt a little bit discriminated because I didn't have the Stallgeruch, but suddenly I was sitting there deciding about the future managers. It was somehow the Stallgeruch. So I agree with you. There is somehow a quota. Undescribed, still, fortunately, much less than in the 90s and beginning of 2000s, but it was a quota. From which university, what have the parents done, blah, blah, blah. These kind of selection criteria next to your marks harm many, many careers, and we waste talents, a lot of talents, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry, do you want to say something?
No, I think you summarized it pretty well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, I mean, when we are talking about, so this is our, let's say, main goal also, leveraging the so-called potential of the country. I mean, so as in the intro it was said, every second child below 10 years of age has a migration background, be it that the father or mother or both of them have migration background in this country, meaning they have somehow intercultural competencies, resistancy, whatever in their cultural bucket. So making the working environment attractive for them, enabling them by coaching, by supporting, by mentoring, whatever what we do, and by legal parameters, hopefully, which will be defined. But still, this will be not enough to sustain the quality of economy and life looking 10 or 15 years down. What we should do to attract, let's say, good, motivated, better talents from abroad to Germany. What makes Germany sexy? I mean, quota alone would not be sufficient. Just imagine high talented students. Do you think it makes sense that we have more universities where the incoming students do the first 1 or 2 years in English, in whatever language, whatever, to have an onboarding process so we can, let's say, it's a pre-recruiting mechanism which we can use for our industry and economy and society or not? Does it make sense to think about these parameters as well?
Yeah, so in my opinion, there's actually 2 factors. One is looking at the generations of the migration. I think, so what we already see is like despite definitely the need for getting more immigrants to Germany for as international students, I think we also have a problem of the within the population we already have to get them from high school to university. So I think there's already a break in that system, and like it honestly breaks my heart to know that some people do not feel financially stable to pursue their studies, do not have the confidence to do that because no one from the family basically went to uni. And I think that there's not enough in terms of a support system to basically, I don't know how to put it, but basically support them and give them the confidence to do that.
Okay.
That's one. And on the and then if we look at how can we make Germany more attractive as a country where you can do your studies. If we look at the challenges, I think that's one. It's again financials, because even though actually studying in Germany is for free, for people coming from other countries, the cost of living might still be too high. So that's one. And secondly, I find it really strange that most of the courses are in German. The only English courses you would usually see are in business, and that's somehow doesn't make any sense to me. For example, just to give you one example, a cousin of mine, he's from Vietnam, and he wanted to come to Germany so bad, and he had to do a German course for like a year to basically start studying biology.
I think they need B1 or B2 level or something like that. C
C1,
even? Wow.
Yeah, it's. I get the point somehow, but at the same time, I don't think you need C1 to study at a certain faculty if you want to come to Germany, because that really hinders so many talents to come to Germany, because like not everyone can speak German as good as English, because I think English is just a bit more spoken, right? So I think that's something that we can definitely change in offering more study courses in English, not only for business, basically, for business studies, but also for any technical faculty, basically. And I think one thing that would also help is providing more mentorship programs, and making sure that they have someone along the way they can always reach out to and get back their confidence to really finish their studies and go out and get a better world.
I agree with you. Those who are, let's say, already in Germany, be it as a first-gen migrants or like us, the kids of the first-gen or so, they should be the so-called role models for them coming from abroad, but also raising from the hometowns, so where we are going and coming to higher positions, hopefully. The issue is whether we should not be more creative. Let's assume we have fantastic systems in Germany with duale Studium. You can work and study. Why we are not being creative in a work, let's say, environment that we recruit young, high-talented people from Vietnam, from Kazakhstan, from where, Turkmenistan, so, and say they can immediately with 16, 17, 18 years, they can work and start to study. So they also, by natural, they will learn German during their daily life. I mean, so this is somehow, it's not only the pure academic life, which I'm looking, it's also the workforce management for the country. The countries and the companies need to be more creative to attract the talents to Germany, not only building high barriers in terms of language and pocket money and study money, you know what I mean, to build the bridges. Otherwise, we will not survive with the challenges ahead, to be honest. Sorry.
I do not have so much to add. I think you named the most important points. Hubertus Heil, our Minister for Labor, I think 2 days ago, came up with I think, an interesting analogy. He said, mass employment is as dangerous for the economy as the shortage in skilled labor, which I thought was an incredible analogy and a really great insight into how we should think about the next 10 to 20 years in our society. I do believe that the way or your capacity to integrate people that have a migration background into your company will make it or break it. It will be the #1 competitive advantage over the next 10 to 15 years. I really think that there is a war for talent already, and I believe that a lot of jobs will be taken over by machines over the next 10 to 20 years. And the true jobs where the competitiveness of an economy is being decided on the top levels, that's where I think Germany will be staying on the lookout and will have to do a great job in attracting and really making the labor market a much more fruitful one for talents.
Yeah. in a globalized world, and we are an export world champions, etc. So we need the intercultural competency, which is at home already in Germany, to let them grow academically and professional-wise, and also being obvious worldwide that Germany is colorful and beautiful. That is my aim, to be honest, at least, and I'm happy that we are sharing the same goals here. In terms of integration and diversity, can you give some examples from your daily work at Project A and Meta? What type of, let's say, targets you have, what type of projects are you doing, just to fill it a little bit with actionable items, maybe at the end of our discussion. Maybe some examples?
Yeah, so I think at Project A we started doing that roughly 4 years ago. We established an OKR specifically for diversity, so everyone in the company was asked to submit their ideas to basically make a change in that area. And I think that was a good start because it also went into directions of, for example, having unisex toilets, which I think is great because it's usually the male toilets that are free. Yeah, but that was a good start, but still that was, in my opinion, not enough back then. So that was also one of the reasons why I actually joined Meta, because I felt like we're not doing enough to change something on diversity. Now, that's not a good example, but just to come back on the actual example. So when I joined Meta, I saw how much they were doing. There was a huge community, the Women at community, Asian at community, so many communities that were being fostered, and so many events. It was really amazing, and I basically saw and learned how well it can be managed, and at the same time, I also noticed that it was a little bit too easy for me to just leave Project A and say, like, look, so you do that by yourself. That's not my problem. I go to Meta where it's already well established. So for me, diversity is really starting by yourself and definitely starting at leadership level. So basically went back to Project A and said, like, okay, I'm going to do that now and try to change as much as I can. And to give you one example, I'm right now hiring for a head of growth role. So if there's someone here, then I'm hiring. And I got the applications, and all applicants were male. I could not believe it. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? Like I just cannot believe why all of them are male. And then I told our talent sourcer, so I don't want to see any male profiles anymore. Only send me female ones. I cannot have another male person in the leadership. And so that's what I'm doing, but I think it's also not only about what companies are doing, but also what you are doing as an individual in the company, and also changing the way how people see it. Because obviously, like, there's still lots to do at Project A, but you will never be finished. So I think it's better to start somewhere and continue doing that instead of looking for easier doors.
Right.
Yeah, I could talk on this one for another hour, but it's going to be midnight by then, and I think you all want to leave, so I will do it short. I think it needs to start at the leadership level. You need to have representation in leadership, and that's top leadership. It's not enough to talk and invite speakers and raise awareness. I think you need to have leadership, and then we'll trickle down. As easy as that, and there are so many studies that show that already. I think that's the number one. Number two is you need to incentivize. You need to incentivize. I think you need to make sure that people feel it's seen what they do in the area of diversity and equity and inclusion, why they should share their stories, why they should chime in when everyone is making an anti-racist comment, why anyone is making an anti- or a sexist comment. So I think you need to really make sure that the system is reflecting a stronger performance review when you do good work around that area. Otherwise, it's just going to be a nice to have, but no one will ever put it into place. And we do, technically, we have a lot going on in the company. I think it's, for a lot of people, also the reason to actually come, as you mentioned, and to stay. I think the culture has become a key asset for the employability of Meta. And I think, like, companies like Alphabet, likewise, I think Amazon, and I think Zalando is doing, for example, a great job in the D&I area. as I heard. I don't know, I haven't been there. But I think that we have so-called resource groups where you can organize yourself. So for example, we have a Pride at resource group where people who identify as homosexual, transsexual, intersexual, queer, they find their tribe there, they talk about their issues, about opportunities, about diversity. We have the Black ad group. Okay, we're looking at the hour. We have the Black ad group. We have the migrants ad group. So I think you need to make sure that you create a culture of many cultures, and then people feel seen and heard, and that's an art.
Yeah, it's time to act and walk the way you talk, and I think it's a substantial subject beside theoretical goals for the teams. Let's go for it. It's good for Germany, it's good for Europe, and good for us. Diversity is one of my main targets. I hope everyone shares the goal. Thank you.
I think with that, a round of applause. Thank you so much. I didn't mean to scare you. We are indeed running out of time. Thank you so much for being here. That has been a truly amazing end to our day today. Yeah, this is it. I think we've written history, as Cem said. This is the very first diversity night of Startup Night. To close us off,
let's have a picture here, maybe, together.
let's have a picture, yes. Yes, why not?
As a memory.
Why the hell not? Maybe Cem, the founder of Startup Night, also wants to join us on stage.
Do we see the logo? Do we see the logo of
Startup Night?
No.
No, where do we have to go?
There's some Startup Night.
Okay.
I don't know where to look at.
That's great.
So many cameras. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Danke. Ja? Hoffentlich war es nicht zu langatmig.
Yeah. Thank you so much to everyone. Cem, do you want to say a few final words?
Yes. Before you, the few ones that are left. So indeed, I think we made history. It's the first diversity night we did, and before we started this, I did some research, of course, and the only diversity event in that kind of idea and format I could find is 2016 Bertelsmann Stiftung. They did something like that, and they never did it again. So maybe we wrote history by you guys still being here. And when this one explodes and goes through the roof and becomes really big thing, you will remember that you were here. And for this reason, I want to invite you all on my list, on my tab, to have a drink there on whatever drink you want, what is available there. And thank you for being here. And the ones who want to join tomorrow for recruiting night, happy to see you there, or on Friday for Startup Night. Happy to have you here. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you to you, Lisa. That was wonderful. You did a great job.
Thank you so much, Cem.
Big round of applause.
It's been so fun. Thank you to all our panelists, to our speakers, sponsors, and thank you to you, Cem. Have a wonderful evening. Yay!